Reaches, throws, that ball's out, that's live! Back the other way, Sam Hubbard! The Cincinnati Kid! Hubbard's got a convoy! Chased by Andrews! At the 30! The 20! He will score!
To the end zone, down the field, and it is deflected, and gone! Touchdown! A.J. Green!
Over goes back to throw, men are coming late, looks right down the middle, there's Eddie Brown, he has it at the 35 to the 30, he may go, 10-5, touchdown!
Now the Bengals Super Bowl chances rest on his right foot. The kick is up.
Yeah.
It is good.
Corey Dillon, he's gone. The knockout punch, you're looking at it. 65 yards.
And they're back to throw as the blitz is on. Goes long, intended for Collinsworth. He has it down to the 20, touchdown! And Chris Collinsworth.
Throwing the long ball. Deep down the field. Chad Johnson's got it. Touchdown, Cincinnati.
Look at Chase go. Oh my goodness, what a gear he just found. Chase for the touchdown. Wow, Chase is on the case.
It is no fluke. It is a fact. The Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Super Bowl 56. The play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. Carr throws into traffic. Intercepted. Jermaine Pratt has the football.
Yeah.
Coffin nails.
Bam, bam, bam. How about that?
Welcome in to Chatterbox Bengals for the final game of this season. The Bengals get to end this season the same way they started it out. They get to play the Browns. I'm Mike Hart, and I'm here to begin this pregame here, and we have Andrew Collinsworth with us for the final game of the year. Andrew, how are you feeling about the Bengals season about to be over?
It's a little sad, but at this point in time, it's felt over for, almost 2 months. So it's not like I will miss watching them play every Sunday, but at the same time, it's like, the writing's been on the wall for a while, so it hasn't really felt like we've been in it anyway.
Yeah, I think I'll miss football, but you can't see I got my red shirt on. I'm ready for spring training already. So once this game's over, we can move on to seeing who the Reds are going to sign the rest of this offseason, see if they can go get a power bat. But besides that, we want to thank everyone who's turned in to watch us. Like I said, we're the pregame show. We'll be going right up till kickoff, and then we'll pass you off to Reed, who will be doing the play-by-play as he usually does. Please stay with us there. Join with us. Type in the chat. It's always fun to interact with everybody who's watching with us. And then Andrew and I will do the halftime show, and then back to Reed, and then I think it will be Craig Sandlin and Reed for our final post-game show of the year. So thanks again for being with us. Please like the stream, subscribe to Chatterbox Reds, and hope you're able to spend a long time with us this Sunday afternoon. But let's get started with I think probably the biggest news that we saw in Cincinnati, and it was the article by Diana Rossini of The Athletic. She put some information out there talking about a lot of different teams and their potential coaching carousel that's going to go on this year. And she was quoted in there saying that the Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow has been a consistent voice of support for Zac Taylor within the organization. And then Jamar Chase and Tee Higgins kind of are also and made it clear that they share this same perspective that Burrow has, that they like Zac Taylor. And it seems that Zac Taylor is not going to be fired this year. He's going to be safe. And so I guess this is not really news to people that have kind of been paying attention. I know a lot of people have wanted to see Zac Taylor be fired, but there was an article earlier from Paul Dehner Jr. basically saying they extended his contract after the Super Bowl, and that's probably not happening. Andrew, what are your thoughts on this? Is this just something confirming you already knew, or is this something that adds anything more to what your thoughts are going into this postseason?
Yeah, it kind of raises a couple of questions when you see stuff like this, and we've heard Joe talk about it. We've heard the other guys talk about their support of Zac Taylor to the media in the past, and so kind of makes you question: do they actually believe what they're saying? Like, do they really believe in him, or are they being like good teammates, good organizational guys that are trying to just support and leave the decision making up to somebody else? And if they are they being irresponsible in doing that? So, I do think that Joe Burrow likes playing for Zac Taylor, and for a couple of reasons, I think they have a good relationship. But on top of that, like, Zac is an offensive-minded coach, and he's able to have more input, I think, than maybe some other coaches around the league would allow him to. That being said, I'm not necessarily one of those people that I'm going to sit here and complain that they don't fire Zac Taylor. I do think that it would make sense at this point in time. It's made sense throughout the season. But it's clear that the front office really values the voice of Joe Burrow and the star receivers, Tee Higgins and Jamar Chase. So I'm not really surprised to see this report come out. It's kind of right on par for what I would expect from the organization standpoint. And it's something that we kind of already knew, that, the wide receivers and the quarterbacks of this team and the quarterback of this team was going to continue to vocally support Zac.
Yeah, I tend to believe that this is not disingenuous. I mean, from everything that we've seen from Joe Burrow, I think everyone can agree that his openness and frankness sometimes is almost too much, right? We have people, vultures from other teams and from the national media being like, what's wrong with Joe Burrow? Because he's being just frank about the fact that he's not happy about how the season's going. So I don't think I'd put it in the camp of, oh, Joe's just saying the right thing. And I definitely don't think Jamar Chase and Tee Higgins are just kind of saying the company line and not actually saying what they think, because I think those guys, especially Jamar Chase, have in the past been a little bit more vocal to even criticize things that have gone on. So I think there's a genuine desire to keep around Zac Taylor. And I think what it highlights to me is just like how important it is, especially to NFL players, to just continue to play in the same offensive system, right? Offensive players don't like having to relearn a playbook, to change a scheme, to completely change something up. Now, I understand that, like, that shouldn't be the only reason keeping you from keeping it fresh and moving on when it's time to move on. So I'm not saying that they should never move on to Zac Taylor, because we can't afford to give Joe Burrow a new offense that he has to learn. But I think the players really do like not having to completely learn a new playbook and just be able to build on what they did in this past year. It's part of the reason why I think Joe Burrow wanted to play this year. It's like he's like, I want to get better. I want to improve on it so that next year we can continue to build on this success, even if this success didn't matter for this year. So I think and we've also seen some examples. I'm thinking specifically like Tampa Bay, like Baker Mayfield has lost Dave Canales and then he lost Liam Cohen. And we've seen how continual shifts, especially with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers offense, of, having to change, offensive coordinators, even if they kind of kept the same offensive scheme down, can have a negative effect. So it makes sense to me that Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and Tee Higgins want Zac Taylor out there. And, for as much as we can criticize Zac for his, how he calls a game, like timeouts wise, how he leads a locker room, how the team looked completely lifeless when Joe Burrow wasn't playing, when it's all clicking, his offense does pretty well. We've seen the past 2 weeks that, hey, look, this offense has looked pretty good. So, I still would tend towards, I think it would be time for a new voice. Let's move on. But I understand why Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and Tee Higgins want to keep the same system so they don't have to completely relearn something new in the offseason.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think that there's a lot of reasons why they would want to keep Zac Taylor around, especially from those guys' perspective, and for a lot of them that you just named. So while I brought up the point that, there might be some skepticism about the truth behind it, but I also tend to believe that they are being genuine as well. But it's just something that you kind of think about sometimes when you hear how often they are vocally in support of Zach. And the media does a good job of trying to, ask questions about Zach and, try to get a comment out of them as well. So that's one of the other reasons that I kind of, look at it. And I think maybe, they're tired of answering those questions and whatnot. But in terms of Zach, like he's done a lot for the franchise. Like I don't think that we can really disregard that. I think that he's been a good hire at the time, and he's kind of helped lead the new direction of the franchise. That being said, I do think that when you have Joe Burrow and you miss the playoffs 3 consecutive seasons, that there just needs to be a high standard that you hold your coaching staff to. They clearly held it with Lou last season, and I thought that they would follow suit again this year, moving on from Zach. But that's not going to be the case, I don't think. And, it's kind of – he's going to feel the weight of the world next year on his shoulders because everything is going to be on him. And it kind of feels like this is it, right? Like this has to be it for him is next season, which might bring out a different side of Zach that it could potentially be a good thing too. So it'll be really interesting. It's from a national standpoint, I think that the Bengals will be a really interesting team to watch next season, let alone from, the fandom standpoint.
Yeah, everything that we kind of expect momentum-wise is always just kind of slower with the Bengals, right? We thought that this year was the make-or-break year for Zac Taylor. Turns out it wasn't, I'm with you. 3 years of not making the playoffs. Now, obviously, there's Joe Burrow's injury in there, and it's hard to weather that storm anyway. But, it looks like next year is probably going to be the make-or-break year, even though we kind of wished it was this year. But anyway, let's move on to today's game. There is a game that we still need to play here. We still have a game against the last place Browns. They're coming into town to Paycor Stadium to finish off the season. I guess one thing we want to talk about, this game obviously meaningless to both teams in that, we're eliminated from the playoffs. The only thing that can really change is draft seeding, but it's hard you can't really play for that type of thing. And the players don't like playing for that type of stuff too, because like they all want to put out good tape. They all want, eventually to, get paid. And, if they're able to get a highlight in this final game, then, that's still meaningful to them. So I guess my question to you, Andrew, throughout this game, how long do you think the starters go for the Bengals? Do you think they play the whole game? Do you think it's kind of like what it was the last 2 games where they got up big and basically Joe Flacco and the backups play the whole fourth quarter? Or do you think it's more of they play a half and then they sit them down and, we just finish out the year with backups taking us to the end?
Well, I think it might be a different scenario if they get a big lead. So I'm going to kind of rule that out. So I'm going to pretend that this is going to be a close game the whole way. If Zac Taylor is true to his comments, I think it was Monday when he was doing his press conference and he said that they're going to do everything they can to win the game, then they're going to play the whole game. And I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of that. I'm not even sure where I stand necessarily on having Joe even play today in general. But that being said, like this is an opportunity to see where guys are at, really. Like some of the bottom of the depth chart guys, the guys who are going to be backups, guys that might have to step up next season, rotational guys right now that you're trying to figure out if you're going to bring them back. And, when we've seen the backups on defense get into the game, specifically on defense the last couple of weeks, and granted, it's the end of the game. I know it's hard to be motivated and whatnot, but it's not like they've looked really good. And so you want to figure out exactly who you're bringing back, and this could help you with that. Let alone that, the win is meaningless today. And in fact, it's probably more meaningful to lose the game. And I hate saying that because I'm going to be sitting there rooting until the last second that they win. But in the grand scheme of things, really, the win doesn't matter at all except for a little bit of moral victory here. So I really think that Zac Taylor is going to stay true to his comments and play everybody the whole time unless they go up big. That being said, I don't think it's the correct decision. I still think that you should be trying to learn as much as you can about this team for the future.
Yeah. To stay consistent, I've been a proponent for Joe Burrow playing even in these meaningless games the whole time. So, to stay consistent here, I think he should play. If we're gonna play, this game is equally as meaningless as the Arizona game and the Miami game. So I would, I am all for, hey, get him out there, and if he wants to play, let him play. But I think that because this is the end of the year, I think we may see some sort of like third preseason game type stuff where we get a couple drives in there, maybe to halftime, and then we start seeing some adjustments, start seeing some backups come in here, because we're getting towards the end, and I would imagine that's probably like a good compromise that Zac Taylor may strike with people like Jamar and Joe and Chase Brown and people like that want to play, but almost protecting them from themselves, letting them go play hard, and then say, all right, let's see what we can get with the backups. So I think that's probably where we land in there. Another thing to mention too, right? It's like the Browns, even though they're eliminated, you can think of at least one person that's going to be trying very hard, and that's Myles Garrett, right? I think it's important to mention that Myles Garrett is about a half a sack. He is a half a sack away from the all-time record for sacks. So Myles Garrett's going to be trying hard. I know that everyone can close their eyes and picture one of the 10 times that Myles Garrett has sacked Joe Burrow. But that's another thing, right? That like their guys are going to be playing hard too. So we want to make sure that, we're matching their intensity, but also not willing to, let some of these guys get injured. I think the nightmare scenario for us is Joe Burrow goes and gets injured in this last game and misses a significant part of next year. So we can't have that. So I just, hope that is something that, I like Myles Garrett to get his sack in the first drive of the game. The Bengals still drive down and get a touchdown. Myles Garrett gets his record. We can all stand up and clap, and then we move on, and everyone can leave here without getting hurt. What do you think about that, Andrew?
I think that's fine. I think that whatever we do, if we can keep Joe upright for as long as possible, I would love that as well if he doesn't get the record. Now, I think something that would be really, really interesting is if the Bengals go up in this game, Joe Flacco goes into the game, and Myles Garrett gets his sack on his week 1 starting quarterback. That would put a whole other wrinkle into this thing. And there's going to be people who are going to discredit this. TJ Watt, I think, has the record, right? And he did it in 15
and Strahan,
games.
tied with Strahan.
And so they did it in less games. So people are going to try to discredit this, but let's be honest. Like, Myles Garrett is one of the best players of all time in this sport. He's an absolute beast. And, being Columbus guys, we probably hear more about the Browns than anybody else on Chatterbox Bengals because for some reason it's about 80% Browns fans and 15% Steelers fans in Columbus. So I hear about them all the time. And, I don't like the Browns whatsoever. I've always felt like they, for whatever reason, even though we would always beat them, like they kind of just didn't look at us as like a rival or anything like that. And so that really kind of got under my skin when I was a kid, and I've never liked them since then. And I actually hope that he does get the record, but I just want it to be on like Joe Burrow gets tripped up and falls down. Like, I don't want it to be like any sort of big hit, malicious hit. But at the same time, I think it would be pretty cool if, Flacco goes into the game at some point, and that's how Myles Garrett gets his record.
Yeah, I don't think the Bengals game plan is going to be like the Steelers last week, where the Steelers were willing to lose the game and not give up Myles Garrett's sack. They basically changed their offense and chipped him on like something like over 50% of their dropbacks. They're like, he will not get TJ's record against us, but then they lose the game. So I don't think the Bengals are going to go that crazy behind it. To me, it feels inevitable. Myles Garrett is going to get it, and so I just rather him get it out of the way. But I do like that. I would imagine there may be. I don't want there to be any Brett Favre, Michael Strahan accusations either. I don't know if you're aware of this story. Right. Supposedly Brett Favre kind of laid down to let Strahan get that record. So I hope that there's not one of those things. I respect Myles Garrett. He's really, really good. Probably the best defensive pass rusher that we've seen. in this era. And, it would be well deserved if he were to break the record. You're right. I hope he doesn't do it. But ultimately, I care about winning this game more than meaningless sack record. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. It'll obviously be something that they'll be talking a lot about on the broadcast. But something else that they'll obviously will be having to face is the rookie quarterback that the Bengals are going to have to deal with, Shedeur Sanders. 5th-round pick by them this year. Didn't get the starting job until about halfway through the season, and has looked okay. I think we have some stats. I think Craig put together some stats for us so far with a 57% completion percentage, 7 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. So definitely willing to throw it to the other team. But I think the big focus today is just how many of his weapons are not going to be available. We see Quinshon Judkins out with an IR on the IR with his leg. Harold Fannin and David Njoku, 2 tight ends that he has relied on a bunch, are both out in this game as well. And we all know how the Bengals have fared against tight ends this year as well. So, and then 4 members of his offensive line are also on IR. So Shedeur is going to be out there with not a lot of his weapons that he normally deals with. And so it'll be interesting. What are your thoughts on what the Bengals can or need to do against Shedeur today to be successful, Andrew?
Well, first of all, I've been able to watch a few of his starts, and he actually he's played better than I thought. Now the numbers don't look good. I'll be honest, like 7 touchdowns to 10 picks. But I watched a play I think 2 weeks ago where he threw like not necessarily a check down, but it was a halfback gets out of the backfield and kind of right in front of the offensive line and just hits right off of Quinshon's chest plate and is a pick. And it's like, what are you supposed to do, man? Like watching this this offensive group from week 1. I mean, that was one of the worst performances I've seen from a skill position group from the Browns. And it didn't matter how good Joe Flacco was playing that day because they couldn't catch anything. So they already have a weak skill group. Now you're taking out probably their 3 best playmakers in Njoku, Fannin, and Judkins. Sampson is a solid back, I think. Really from the wide receiver room, there's no concern there whatsoever. So the Bengals, I mean, Shedeur has big playability, don't get me wrong, but the Bengals defense has to tee off today. Like this is a softball. This is an underhand soft toss, crank it out of the park. Like you got to put up, don't let them get more than 14 points. You should come away with, a few turnovers in this game. And that's lowballing it, honestly. This is an opportunity for guys to really get theirs today. And I think that we should expect that, and anything worse should be seen as disappointing from this defense.
Yeah, I think we've seen a little bit of strides from this team, especially in the last 2 games against Quinn Ewers and Jacoby Brissett. But, I would lump Shedeur in that category with them. This is not somebody we're not completely incompetent, but somebody that can be taken advantage of. So, one thing I hope this defense can continue to build on what we've seen so far. We've seen growth in certain areas. I'm thinking people like Myles Murphy, Dax Hill, even Shamar Stewart, who got his first sack last week. So I think I'm just hoping to see that we are able to continue to build on the limited success that we've had so far defensively. I agree. Just, continue to not give up the big play, not give up the play like we saw against the Cardinals where 4 guys came in and all missed tackles and the guy ran into the end zone. Let's just keep it in front of you. And I think Shedeur is going to give us a few. I think he's going to throw a couple up for grabs. And let's take advantage of that. And then with this offense, let's just put it away. We've seen that Browns defenses have done a pretty good job against Joe Burrow in his career. So I'm not expecting 37 points or whatever they put up against the Arizona Cardinals, but I still expect that the Bengals are going to win handily today. Well, maybe not handily, but are going to be comfortable in this win. Especially, I want to point out Browns are 1-6 on the road. They're 3-6 at home, so they're significant. I mean, they're bad overall everywhere, but they're significantly worse on the road. So I would imagine that this is going to be something that hopefully the Bengals can send them home happy, right? Get us into mock draft season feeling a little bit better about needing to only replace half of the defense and not all of it. So, yeah, that's kind of where I stand on that. Hopefully we'll be able to see that play out for us today. Well, we're getting close to kickoff. It looks like there's probably about 3 more minutes until we pass the ball over to Reed. Let's move to some predictions. Andrew, do you have any predictions? I feel like I have some big shoes to fill after Craig gave the stone cold winner of Jamar Chase touchdowns. I'm not a gambling man, and you should not take gambling advice from me. But what are your thoughts, Andrew, on what you're going to see predictions? I'm looking at a certain gambling site right now that has the spread at 9.5 and the over under at 47.5. So what are your thoughts on any predictions or best bets that you might have for today's game?
Well, I am a gambling man, and you should also not take gambling advice from me. So I'm not exactly having success when I gamble, but I like the under today, but I also weirdly like the Bengals to cover because I think that this one's going to end up being like 24-3, 24-6, somewhere around that. But if I had to pick one, I'm going to take Bengals minus 9.5 today. I just don't think that the Browns are going to, if they were to cover, I think that they're going to have to get like a defensive touchdown today, honestly. And that's pretty hard to do, especially the way that Joe's been playing the last couple of weeks. So I'm going to take Bengals minus 9.5 as my pick.
Yeah, I think I'm going to stick with you with the under. It looks to me like it's actually gone up. Like the over-under opened at 44.5 and is now up to 47.5.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I guess it's because, there's people out. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Obviously the Bengals defense gave up how much to the Jets, and they've lost 2. They've only won 2 games in their whole season. So I guess the potential is there. I'm sorry, opened up an old wound there, but like the potential is always there for the Bengals defense to still lay a stinker. But I think that due to the limitations that Shedeur is going to have with his weapons, that the under seems pretty safe to me. So if I had to place a bet, which I don't, I would probably go with the under. This is saying 47.5. I probably would have taken it at 44.5. So if they're going to give us an extra 3 points there, sure, I'll take it. And I also think that Joe Flacco plays more than a quarter. I think that'd be my projection. I'm not saying go out and find that line for it, but I think Joe Flacco gets some run here against his old team. And we're going to see some hopefully big plays by some of these people that don't get, Mitchell Tinsley, Andre Yoshivas, or people like that are going to get some run today that may not always get that in a regular game.
The other thing that I picked up this week, and I think it was either the mic'd up video of Joe or of Burrow or the press conference, but he mentioned wanting to have another like offensive lineman play or something like that.
Oh,
so that's just something to keep your eye on this week.
Is it anyone's birthday today?
Is
it Amarius Mims' birthday? This is what we need. This is the hard-hitting stuff we need to know.
No, it's probably. I think it might be Cam Grandy time or something like that. They're going to find some obscure player to get a touchdown. So whatever the longest odds are that you can find, that's my bet.
All right. Yeah, I don't think you could have placed a bet on Cody Ford scoring a
Cody
touchdown
Ford.
or even over under half a reception. But anyway, we want to thank everyone that has joined us for this pregame show. Please like the stream. It's the last one of the year, and we'd like to not only would we like the Bengals to send us home happy, but we'd like this stream to go home with all kinds of viewers and lights alike. So please do that. Reed, are you there? We're going to send it off to you. I don't know if it's kicked off. All right. Well, Andrew, as we sign off, I think you should give us one last who day before we end the season here.
Who day, baby? Let's go Bengals.
All right. Thanks, Reed.
All right. Howdy, guys. Thank you so much to Mike and Andrew. Andrew, if you didn't know this, is related to Chris Collinsworth. So thank you so much to Chris. We got a little bit of nepotism here on Chatterbox Bengals, and it revolves around Andrew. But let's rock and roll, guys. Final game of the year. I do want to, start off the show, and we'll do one at the end too, to just thank everyone that's been here all season long. Obviously, we wish that there was more games ahead, but we're gonna have to wait. We're gonna have to wait 9 months for it, and it's been a lot of fun. I feel like we've grown this part of Chatterbox, and we've had a lot of fun. So I'll give a more well thought out thank you to everyone that deserves it, because there's a lot of people, way more deserving people than I, that deserve thank you for being here. But really, thank you to everyone that's been here all season long. We're on CBS, so we might get a Matlock commercial. Hopefully, I don't see Myles Garrett tear down our beautiful blonde Joe Burrow. But let's rock and roll, guys. Can we get Chris Collinsworth on the show? We might. Andrew's related. Andrew is related to him. So let's rock and roll, guys. It is, I think I saw on that you could get tickets to this game for $40. So it's pretty cheap to get down there. It's a fine day. If every day was like this in the winter wouldn't be so bad. Sun's out. But the Bengals will receive. It is caught out at the 4-yard line. Take it over to the middle of the field, cutting back and through. And being brought down at the 34-yard line is Williams, and here comes the Bengals offense. Bengals in their black jerseys, the Browns in their white. God, the Browns jerseys are hideous. Andrew and Mike both said they're from Columbus, and obviously, if you go north of Dayton, here in Ohio, if you go north of Dayton, the majority of the fans are Browns fans. As it's going to be 1st and 10 from the 34-yard line. Jamar Chase set in motion, comes into the backfield, and will hand the ball off to Chase Brown. It'll be a counter play that gets 3 yards. What's funny about the Browns fans, because they mentioned this, they feel like we're not rivals. Because I don't know who. This is a rivalry game between the Browns and the Bengals, but I don't know who considers it that. Because the Browns consider us to be on the same level as them. We are, head and shoulders, and always have been better than the Browns. We've been head and shoulders better than the Browns our entire existence, but still, they act like we're on the same pedestal. No, we're not. We're not Steelers or Ravens quality, but we are much higher than the Browns. Joe Burrow hands the ball off on 2nd and 7 to Chase Brown, and he's going to be stopped short of the line to gain. It was from under center. It's a 6-yard gain. I really don't understand the gall of Browns fans that think us and them are on the same pedestal. And they'll be like, you guys are never. We've won as many division titles as the Ravens have. Obviously, we don't have the postseason success until recently, but it always bugs me. 3rd and 1 here. And there's going to be, flag thrown on the field. Browns jumped off sides, but did we get, we false started. So it's going to be 3rd and 6 here. So it's going to be 3rd and 6, first penalty of the game. Bad way to start. You never want to see a 3 and out. Hand us all games. Eat it, Myles Garrett. I'm cool with that as long as we win. If we're going to play the games, let's win him. You know what I'm saying? Man, shotgun formation, 3 wide. Joe Burrow takes a snap, looks over to the right side of the field. Avoids a sack, gets it out to Samaje Perine in the flats, who's immediately brought down, and Joe Burrow is slow to get up. And he's banged up there on the first drive of the game. Can we take Joe out of the game? Joe Burrow gets hit on the opening drive. Can we get Joe out of the game? Golly! He shouldn't have been playing in any of these games. Oh, the snap to Ryan Rico is good. We're punting it away, 3 and out. It is fielded out at the 4-yard line. I thought he waved it off. Did he not wave it off? Timeout. Did he not wave that off? He's brought down to the 4-yard line. I thought he took a fair catch. It was a great punt by Ryan Rico. Good call. And now we'll see Shedeur Sanders. But seriously, guys, this is the reason why I sat at that desk right there for months and said we should not play Joe Burrow. It's been cool to see him dominate teams, but I can't have him hurt, man. Ay, caramba. But yeah, back to it. I don't understand why the Browns consider that we are on the same level as them. It's not even effing close. They are a college team compared to us. 1st and 10 from the 5-yard line is where the Browns take over. 12:37 to play. They're going to send a man in motion, hand the ball off, and it's going to be a gain of 3 yards. Shedeur under center. Molly, I'm sorry. Reed, calm down. It's funny because I try to be as authentic as possible on this stuff because I really do. I get fired up over that. I'm calm down. I'm down. 3-yard gain to start the drive. Looks like I got to reload this. Hang on. So 2nd and 7. 11:57 to play in the first quarter. Shedeur Sanders drops back to pass, jumps and throws it out into the flats. It's going to be a gain of a few yards. Dylan Sampson, the running back out of Tennessee, with the reception. And, of course, this CBS thing, it every effing time. Every time. 3rd and 7. 3rd and 4. It's 3rd down. They got to get to the 15-yard line. Shedeur Sanders, shotgun formation, 3 wide, split back on the left, running back to the left of Shedeur. They're sending a man in motion. Shedeur drops back to pass, looking over the middle of the field, finds his man, completion, 1st down, and then some, pushed out of bounds out at the 30-yard line is Malachi Corley. So good play there to move the chains. So here comes 1st and 10. There we go. Shedeur drops back to pass. A lot of time. Gets rid of it right before he is hit and skips one. He's hit by Myles Murphy at the ankles right as he's getting rid of it. Myles Murphy has played well recently, man. He really has. All right, I'm here. I'm done. I'm calmed down. We're going to let this fool beat us. All right, 2nd and 10. Shedeur. Shaduki. Bunch package. Sending a tight end in motion. Shedeur drops back to pass once again. Clean pocket. Now he's going to step up. Loses the football. Ball. Point our way. Knocked it right out of his hands, and immediately he's going to go Bengals ball. Let's go. Cross with the fumble recovery. The Notre Dame kid, Howard Cross III, the rook. Cam Sample knocks it out of Shedeur Sanders' hands, and it's Cross that comes on top of the ball. All right, let's go. Cam Sample knocks it out of Shedeur Sanders. Also, Shedeur, hold on to the ball a little better, brother. I'm going backwards hat. See if we can get in the end zone. 10:22 to play here, and we're taking over at the 29-yard line. Howard Cross with the fumble recovery. Cam Sample forced the fumble. I did not get enough water. Burrow sends Noah Fant in motion. We're starting at the 29-yard line left hash mark, and the whistle will be blown. A flag will be thrown. He carried that ball like a loaf of bread. I think saying he carried it like a loaf of bread is pretty generous to Shedeur. And our second false start of the game will beep, 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 back us up. Happy 2026, all. Haven't seen you guys since the start of the new year. Happy 2026. All right, 1st and 15, 34-yard line now we go. Burrow Sends Jamar Chase in motion, 4 wide. We hand the ball off to Chase Brown, gets 2 yards on the carry. 2nd and 13, we're going to have to throw the ball a little bit. Orlando Brown is not total trash, John. Orlando Brown is about what we paid him. Sample is one of Reed's favorite words in life. Exactly, especially if it comes with the word free before it. A little free sample. 2nd and 13 for the Cincinnati Bengals. 3 wide. Tied in with the hand on the line on the left side. Ball from the left hash mark. Gesicki moved in motion to be a split back. There's going to be a flag thrown. Hand the ball off to Chase Brown. Brown gets 4, maybe 5 yards on the carry. We're afraid of the Browns' D-line or not. Offside's going to be called on the Browns. We will accept it. And run the second down again. This one's going to be called on Myles Garrett. Yeah, I think we're going to keep this pretty conservative. Houday from C-Bus. Houday, Sage, Ohio. We get the ball to Drew Sample here early on, we will win this game. That's just how it works. 2nd and 8. Replay of 2nd down. Burrow looking to the right side, looks over the middle of the field. Tee Higgins, who makes 1-man miss, 2-man miss down at the 5-yard line. Tee Higgins with the first down. T. 1st and goal, the Bengals go. Just a post route over the middle, a dime from Burrow. And if T could keep his feet underneath him on that second evasion, would have been in the end zone. So 1st and goal from the 5. You got to think we're just going to be handing the ball off, right? Trips package to the open side of the field. Ball's on the left hash mark. Jamar Chase sit in motion to the short side of the field. We hand the ball off to Samaje Perine. Perine tripped up behind the line of scrimmage. Falls forward, gets a gain of 2. I don't know how much we pay Orlando Brown. It's what, $16 million? We get exactly what we pay for. When you pay a left tackle about $16 million from free agency, $18 million, whatever it is we pay him, we are getting the better end of the deal. 2nd and goal. Burrow takes the snap, drops back to pass. Looks for Chase Brown, who's in the end zone for a Bengals touchdown. Receiving touchdown for Chase Brown. Gets the Bengals started here. 6-0. It's a good start. Fumble recovery. Quick pass to Chase Brown. I'd love it. I'd adore it if the entire second half I was just talking to you guys about nonsense. Because I would love to be up by $1 billion and take out Joe, Jamar, T, Chase, all the guys that we can't get hurt. Here comes the PAT attempt. The snap, good. The kick is not good. PAT, no good. 2nd straight game, Evan McPherson misses a PAT. All right. I hear them Bengals growling. Mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling. Lean and hungry. An offensive brute. Run passer boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't going to never let us down. Who they think going to beat them Bengals? Who they think going to beat them Bengals? Nobody. Chase Brown with the reception. John says, Chase is worth it. Orlando, we can do better. Jamar Chase is worth every penny. I'd say Tee Higgins, he's really good. So it's hard to say about T. Orlando Brown, we're getting our money's worth. If you can't develop a premier left tackle, which the Bengals have been unable to do, you have to go in free agency. And I don't know if you guys realize this. Left tackles, much like quarterbacks, free agent, there's not many good free agent quarterbacks. Very rarely does that happen. Like Sam Darnold, who's having a great year this year. Sam Darnold's the upper echelon of free agent quarterbacks. Baker Mayfield, upper echelon of free agent quarterbacks. You either got to trade something or you're going to have to develop one yourself. So the fact that we got Orlando Brown, we're paying him like $18 million, that's where we're going to be. That's what you got to do. That position doesn't come available a whole lot because it's the second most important position on the field behind quarterback. You get a quarterback, you protect the quarterback, and that's why it's hard to find. I will ask this because I know I think you were talking about Jamar Chase. The report came out that the Bengals can extend because Chase Brown's final year of his rookie deal will be next year. Should we extend Chase Brown? I want to know, let me know in the comments what you guys think is a good AAV annual per year to give Chase Brown if we should extend him. Because I'm in the camp that I really don't care what we do. I think he is replaceable, but I think he's also really good. And we have money to spend. So, like, if we want to give him, I'll give you my number, about $10 to $11 million. If we can keep it under $10 million, I'm cool with it. I think, like, James Cook from the Bills is getting, like, 12. I think Chuba Hubbard's getting, like, under 10. So what did Mixon get? I don't remember. I think Mixon got like 12 when he was here. I think he got like 12 a year. How many likes to get Reed to do 100 push-ups? Oh, no. Oh, no. No push-ups. I'll do 100 push-ups if we get 200 likes. 200 likes. I'll do 100 push-ups. Our first deal was we extended Joe Mixon. He got an extension, or he got a deal in Houston too. Pitch play on the first play of the drive for the Browns is blown up by Demetrius Knight. I love optimistic fans. I really do. I think they're a way better sort to deal with than pessimistic fans. But the optimistic fans that are drinking the juice about these rookie linebackers need more time to develop. Get the heck out of my face. 2nd and 10. He got 4.48 after his rookie contract. Thank you, Craig. Handoff is going to be a pitch play. The play out to Chorley, Malachi Chorley. It's Corley. Apologize. So 4.48. I think $12 million would be too much for me on Chase Brown, but I don't care. They took my optimistic away. 3rd and 6. Picked! Tipped. Geno Stone got his hands on a pass that was intended for deep downfield, and it's almost picked off. Geno Stone's dives, and I think if Geno Stone wouldn't have put his hands on it, it would have been picked off by Barrett Carter, who was right there. How is Geno Stone still messing up our defense when he's getting a pass deflection? How is he still having a negative expected value play by putting his hands on the ball? I want to know who suggested the push-up thing, because that's silly. All right, so we'll take over here after the punt. Got a commercial, a little Tide commercial. Yeah. Hopefully this is Geno Stone. If Geno Stone was a baseball player, I wonder what his WAR would be. I mean, it wouldn't be as bad as like when you see the guys that have like a -2 WAR. -2 WAR is terrible because to get a -2 WAR, you've got to be expected to play better. Like you only get that from guys that had been good before. And they just can't. They just keep thinking, oh, they'll follow their means, and they just never do. And you bat them in the middle of the order. So, I mean, it'd still be negative, but like -0.5. Because at some point, although he keeps getting in there, he's batting at the bottom of the lineup. He's playing a non-valuable position. Hello, Jade. That's not how WAR works. Huh? Let me clarify those thoughts. If you're talking to me. The reason, players that you've got to have opportunities to give negative value to your team. So you've got to have like 600 at bats. You've got to play a premium position and play it poorly to have like negative like 2 to 3 WAR. Like if you're just a bad player, you're just getting benched. Like there's players that play worse, but they just like, all right, well, you're not very good. Like Blake Dunn, sorry, you're not very good. We're not playing you. 600 at bats. PAT was blocked. CWT says so. Right, you'd have to be like a Chris Davis, Cody Bellinger when Cody Bellinger was really bad. Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals start out at the 30-yard line. A handoff to Samaje Perine. It gets deep into the secondary of the Cleveland Browns to gain of 12 yards. This thing. So 1st and 10 from the 44-yard line. 5:42 to play. Handoff. This time, this one is to Chase Brown. It's a gain of 8 yards. 2nd and 2. Cross midfield. 2nd and 2. Joe Burrow under center. Sends Chase Brown in motion. We hand the ball off to Samaje Perine. Perine gets out to the 43-yard line. It's going to be a first down for the Cincinnati Bengals. 1st and 10, 4:54 to play here in the first quarter. Bengals up 6-0. Thank you all for being here. We're going to move around the offensive line. We're having fun with it. Orlando Brown moves to the right side of the line, and Drew Sample plays left tackle. Pass out to Jamar Chase with the one hand, brings it in, reins it in. It's going to be a 9-yard carry. We did a bootleg and got the ball to Jamar Chase from out of the backfield. Pass was thrown behind him, and he was still able to bring it in. One-handed catch for Jamar Chase. One-handed for Uno. Hey, I liked it. Put all the offensive linemen on the right side of the line. Bootleg to the right side. Love to see it. 1st and 10. Trips formation to the bunch side of the field. Ball on the right hash mark. Pitch play. Chase Brown to that short side. Brown immediately meets a gang of Browns. Gain of a yard. 2nd down. 2nd and 9 from the 31. Jamar Chase is pretty special, y'all. Just is Taj Brooks going to get some carries? I don't know if he's gotten in yet. Chase Brown has eaten at the end of this year. Just ate. 2nd and 9. 2 seconds to get the snap off. They finally do. It's a bubble screen out for Jamar Chase, who catches it out the 30-yard line. He'll get 10 yards after the catch. It'll be a 1st down for the Bengals. Now out to the 21. Not in the red zone yet. Taj Brooks has 16 carries for 45 yards, says Robo Buck. 1st and 10. Burrow under center once again. They'll hand the ball off to Mitch Tensley on the end around. I apologize. That was Keshawn Williams. Try to get it out to the speed. Gets about 9 yards on the carry on the end around. 2nd and 1, and we got a hurt player on the field for the Browns. Looks like we might have an extended break as he's not quick to get up. So it's going to be 2nd and 1, 2:08 to play here in the 1st quarter. And we will take a timeout. Let's go, y'all. Bengals up 6-0. Dominating here in the early game. Got a turnover. Almost have 2 turnovers. Shedeur Sanders drops one. I mean, the Browns don't have a whole lot to work with. It was a 10-point spread. Bengals playing everyone. I would really appreciate it if the Bengals could get up 3 scores and we play Joe Flacco. I know we're trying to win games. I know that Joe just wants to play. And maybe that's something I should take into consideration, that he just wants to play, because I have been completely out on Burrow wanting to play in these last month, but obviously he's doing it, and he's done it at a very, very elite level. Like, he's the best quarterback in the league. But maybe I should take into consideration that he wants to do it. Cleveland too worried about that sack. How many? There was a time where Myles Garrett was well on pace, like was going to demolish the sack record. Well, how is he? Has he not been getting sacks recently? Let's see here. Okay. He didn't get a sack last week. He's only had a half a sack in the last 2 weeks. So he needed a sack and a half with 3 weeks to go. And I don't know if he's going to get there. Yeah, outside of that awkward hit, yeah, it's been a good start. Like I said, let's get up 2-3 scores and let's get Joe out of Dodge. But he was averaging 1 per game. That's right. He was, like I said, he's at a sack and a half. He needed a sack and a half the last 3 games of the year. They played Buffalo, Pittsburgh, and us. He got a half sack against the Bills, did not get a sack last week. Up until that point, he was averaging, he's had a 5-sack game, a 4-sack game, and a 3-sack game. Yeah, in fact, over a 4-week period, he had 13 sacks. It's incredible. From October 26th to November 23rd, he had 13 sacks in 4 games. That's incredible. 2nd and 1, 2 minutes to play here in the 1st quarter. Burrow, under center, or shotgun formation, hands the ball off. This looks like it's to Chase Brown. Nope. Samaje Perine. Perine takes it right up the gut It's going to be a first down. Gets a gain of about 5. First and goal from about the 6-yard line. Yeah, he'll get it. He'll get it. First and goal. I don't want to see the Joe Burrow stats. I really don't. First and goal from the 6-yard line. 1:19 to play. 7-yard line. Burrow, shotgun. Drops back, looking Tee Higgins on the slant route. Pass is tipped, and it's going to be brought back probably for a pick 6. One man to beat out to the 20-yard line, and yeah, it's going to be a pick 6. Pass is tipped at the line. There's going to be a flag. Long way. It's Bush on the return. Devin Bush, the man of Michigan. Flag is on the field. Golly, I've seen enough. I don't like these pick 6s, man. We'll see what the call is. Waiting to hear. Myles Garrett was right there. Unsportsmanlike conduct called on Devin Bush. But the touchdown is confirmed. Yeah. Let's say. Is that the third pick 6 from Joe this year? Is that the third pick 6? Golly. All right, we got a ball game. I was trying to get up 3 scores. And getting Joe. Tipped at the line of scrimmage. They're looking Tee Higgins all the way. Devin Bush right there after the tip. Takes it 95 yards to the house. Third interception this season for Devin Bush. And the PAT away from taking the lead in this one. PAT is up and good. And the Browns take the lead off the Joe Burrow pick 6. So just so everyone's aware, if we're talking draft order here, things that we want to happen today. We want the Dolphins to beat the Patriots because that would move us up in the draft. We want the Chiefs to beat the Raiders because we're right on mark with them. Those are 2 things that we need regardless. We also, it depends what we do here at 1 o'clock, depends what we want in the NFC South game. If we win at 1 o'clock, we want the Falcons to beat the Saints because then they'll move up. If we lose at 1 p.m., if we lose this game, then we want the Saints to beat the Falcons. So the main things that you want are you want the Dolphins to beat the Patriots, you want the Chiefs to beat the Raiders. If we win this game, we want the Falcons to win. If we lose this game, we want the Saints to win. So now that we're all on page, trying to get as good of a draft pick as we possibly can. Give us a like. We appreciate it. Jeff Ward says, run it, and then get into the red zone and pass it like an idiot. Yeah, we were moving the ball, running the ball, but, I mean, listen. If they want to drop back number 9, I'll let them. That's how we win. That's why when we are elite, it's because of him. So if they want to drop him back, I think, to be honest, if I had to guess, they're trying to force feed T. Let me look up T's stats this year. I think after the way that Jamar got force fed last week, some touchdowns, T has 10 touchdowns this year. So I think they're trying to get T in the end zone a bunch. T hasn't had, this is kind of a particularly intriguing sack. T hasn't had a 1,000-yard season since his sophomore and junior season, since the second and third year. This will be his 3rd consecutive year without 1,000 yards. Now, he hasn't played a whole lot. Like last year, he had 900 yards and only 9 starts. he had 900 yards in only 12 games. This year he has about 800 yards in 14 games played. Now, a lot of those games were with Joe Flacco and Jake Browning. Sean Williams catches it out at the 10-yard line. He'll make it out to the 28 before being brought down, and that's where the Bengals will take over. Joe started his career with picks from tips from the line. There was a while where he was throwing a lot of batted balls, a lot of which he's not 6'6", but he's 6'4". Like he's a bigger guy. He's not Bryce Young, who's 5'8". He's not Russell Wilson. 1st and 10 for the Bengals. Burrow under center. I do like seeing Burrow more under center, and as I say that, he audibles out and goes shotgun. So 1st and 10, Burrow drops back to pass. Finds Chase Brown. It's going to be a gain of about 4 yards. He lost something. I think it's an incomplete pass. Chase Brown did not catch it. So they're talking about whether it was a fumble or not. Did he make a football play? 2nd and 10, incomplete pass. 37 seconds here in the first quarter. The call was dumb, period. John, smile. 2nd and 10. Mike Gesicki moves in motion. Shotgun formation. Handoff. This is to Samaje Perine. He's trying to bust it out wide. He's got an edge. Turn it upfield. It's going to be a gain of 8 yards. You don't see Samaje get away from too many defenders, but he did right there. You don't see Samaje. I mean, I know we're playing a good defense, but some guys are going to be out. Some guys are going to be missing. Samaje did a good job at turning upfield and using that speed. You don't see him get to use his speed all that often. 3rd and 2. Burrow from the right hash mark. Needs 2 yards to move the chains, and that'll be the end of the first quarter. Browns win the first quarter, 7-6. It's been pretty much all Bengals except for a 95-yard pick six. Yeah, not much else to say about that. The Bengals have been dominating this one other than that one singular play. We'll put our twos up. Got to get our twos up. Brock deal. If Joe Burrow goes down with an ACL injury this game, you will see a 29-year-old man cry live on camera. You'll see me cry. But get your twos up, baby. Score right now, 6-7. 6-7. Keep running. They're fixated on getting after Joe. Jade, yes, I am 29. Does that surprise you? How old did you think I was? I'm 29 years old. I like asking people that. Most people think that I'm in my 30s. But yes, I'm 29. Yeah, I mean, I'm cool with 38. Golly, that hurts my feelings, Jade. That hurts my feelings. 38. Man. I have a lot of bass in my voice. Thanks. I don't have the best voice. I got in the wrong career for someone with a high-pitched but not the best voice. I thought you'd be Craig's age. Nope. 29. Just look a lot older. Didn't always look like this. I'm aging quickly. I think Craig's, yeah, that's about right. I think he's around that age. I don't know Craig's exact age. I know he's much older than I. All right, guys. I'm cool with us running I'm cool with us running the ball, to be honest with you. I'm cool with us just running it out and see what happens. It means that I look old, Craig. Burrow alone in the backfield. Splits Samaje. He's still at the same depth as Joe, but splits wide. Now he brings him back in. Now he's going to move him again. 5 seconds to get the snap off. 3, 2, and we're just not going to snap the ball? And we're going to call it timeout? What are we doing? What are we doing, dude? We have a whole quarter break to draw up a play, and we just say, hey, we're going to try and draw them off sides? Update from the NFC South game. Falcons take the lead. So if the Falcons win, the Panthers win the division, right? Because there'll be a 3-way tie for that division, and the third 3-way tiebreaker goes to the Panthers. But if the Saints win in the 2-way tie, the Buccaneers win the 2-way tie. Why does the NFC South always feel like they're sending a person to the postseason with a losing record? It feels like it happens all the time. 3rd and 2. They hand the ball off. Samaje looks like he gets the first down, and he's still churning out behind the line to gain. It's going to be first down for the Bengals. Run game does look good today. That's right. Samaje Perine, already 37 rushing yards. Kevin Stefanski, whose job, this might be his last time coaching the Browns. We will see. 2-time coach of the year, Kevin Stefanski. Tee Higgins in motion here on 1st and 10. Fakes the handoff. Joe Burrow dropping back to pass. Checking out into the flats for Noah Fant. Noah Fant gets a gain of 5 yards. I think Noah Fant just fumbled the ball. I think it's going to be a fumble and a scoop and score. Is that the 3rd time Noah Fant is fumbled and scooped and scored? There's going to be a flag thrown again off the defensive touchdown. What the hell is... How many times does that happen with Noah Fant? I feel like that's happened like 3 times. Yeah, that's a fumble. That's a fumble. And it's a scoop and score. How in this team do I have like nothing to I have no emotion going into this game, and they still subvert my expectations? Jesus. It was close. So we'll see the under. This is crazy, dude. Pick 6. No, someone tell me. I know he did it. I know Noah Fant fumbled the Vikings game. Did he fumble the Bills game too? That wasn't a scoop and score. He just fumbled the ball. What other fumble am I thinking about with Noah Fant? Craig, don't do that to me. It is crazy that I'm actually that play right there actually I think has just soured me on Noah Fant. I was game with bringing Noah Fant back, but I'm out. I'm out after that one. He looked like he was going down himself. Like he wasn't even trying to fight. You know what I'm saying? Like he turned his body. He wasn't meeting the contact. Just kind of turned his body and laid on the ground. And he still fumbles? This is why I look 38. This junk right here. This is why I look 38. How does this happen? Ugh. And I did not get enough water. Oh. Jesus. Fumbled in the pit game that we got blown out in. That's right. That is correct. Take a smoke break. Smoking on some jupe. I need some jupe right now. Jesus. Oh, so we're waiting to see if this is overturned. I can't imagine this is going to be overturned. You know what I was thinking about while I have this break? I was thinking about the Bengals season this year. And the Bengals haven't played many. I mean, let me caveat this. I guess there's going to be a losing team. No, if the Ravens win today, and the Vikings win today, we would have played, I think, like 11 of our 17 games against teams with winning records, which a bunch of those teams aren't great teams. Like the Vikings aren't a great team. Ravens aren't a great team. Steelers aren't a great team. And the review, yeah, that ball's gone. So there's been 3 fumble returns for touchdowns on Noah Fant this year. Or was the Vikings one not a scoop and score? Was that just a fumble and then they scored immediately? Yeah, I know. When it comes to Noah Fant, I was game with having him, bringing him back, but he's had 3 now fumbles. Huge fumbles. And he doesn't get the ball a whole lot. Let's see. Let's see Noah Fant's season so far. So Noah Fant, I think, was he a first-round pick? Yeah, he was a first-round pick. Noah Fant this year has 283 yards, 3 touchdowns, but 3 fumbles. All of which, I believe, have been returned for touchdowns. So 3 fumbles, all for touchdowns. So think about that. Coming into this one, he had 33 catches. So we have now, that would have been 34. Roughly, math's not right. There is a 1 in 10 chance this season. Think about this. 34 receptions, 3 fumbles for scoops and scores. There's about a 1 in 10 chance. You'll say like an 8% chance that when we throw the ball to Noah Fant, the other team scores a touchdown. That's been this season with Noah Fant. 34 receptions, 3 of those have been returned. And if you want to think about it another way, 34 times we've thrown the ball to Noah Fant, 6 times a touchdown has been scored. So what's that quick math? That's, 17%? 17% of the time when Noah Fant catches the ball, a touchdown is scored, sometimes by the other team. And if this freaking CBS thing doesn't update, if this score up here doesn't update more regularly, I'm going to lose it. Handoff to Chase Brown as we take over at the 28-yard line. All right, let's go get in the end zone. Denzel Ward is out. Campbell. So 2 cornerbacks going to be out for the Cleveland Browns. 2nd and 7. Man to Joe Burrow's left. 3 wide. We're going to send Mitchell Tinsley in motion. We hand the ball off to Samaje Perine. Perine evades 1 tackler and moves upfield to get a gain of 5 yards. Ashley Atkinson, no. Myles Garrett has not gotten the touchdown. Final game of the year. I'm choosing to enjoy this. Noah Fant was a part of that Russell Wilson trade to the Seahawks, if I recall correctly. 3rd and 2. Pass going out to Jamar Chase. Out route. Catches it. Brings it in for a first down. Both starting cornerbacks out, and we got Jamar Chase and Tee Higgins. Yeah, let's just put 2 people on Myles Garrett. Garrett gets a hit on Joe Burrow there. But Chase brings it in for the first down. Noah Fant back on out in the field. God bless him. 3 wide. Andre Yoshivas sit in motion. Fakes the handoff. Burrow looking downfield. Finds Jamar Chase. Chase takes a hit to the helmet. Come on. Throw the flag. Gain of 10 yards. That was helmet to helmet. Come on. They only give us 8 yards, not 10. Mitchell Tinsley sit in motion. Burrow in shotgun. We're across midfield. Hand the ball off to Chase Brown. Brown is met at the line of scrimmage. Doesn't move forward. It's going to be 3rd and 2. Trevor Lawrence, kind of a guy. Jack's taking a lead over the vaunted Tennessee Titans. 3rd and 1. Handoff to Samaje Perine. Perine's not going to get there. Short of the line to gain. They give him about a foot. Needed a yard. And it looks like we are going to go. Why not? 4th and 1 at their 45. I know the shotgun runs drive you guys nuts. And they are frustrating at times. This has been about the most Bengals-Browns game ever. A turnover by the Browns turns into a touchdown. Both their touchdowns are a 95-yard interception recovery and a scoop and score on a Noah Fant fumble. Drew Sample sit in motion. Joe Burrow's going to go under center. Please tell me we called the timeout. Flag is thrown. We're going to punt. Chicken shit. We take a delay of game. Absolute chicken shit. I hope they're booing Zach at that stadium. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Chicken shit. Ryan Rico's going to punt. This team, man. This team. Thank you all. Thank you all for being here every gosh darn week. Because I can't do this alone. This sucks. Ryan Rico snap. Good. Punt is up and fielded out at the 11-yard line for a fair catch. What is there to lose is I mean, are you... How do we not go there? Dude. All week we've been reading reports trying to gas up Zac Taylor. He's coming back. Zach and Joe and T and Jamar, all of them. They have support in there. We go and do that junk. It's 4th and 1 at their 45. They have no offense thus far. We're already losing. If we lose, who cares? Go. Are you kidding me? Chicken shit. It's chicken shit is what it is. And don't put that on a croissant. It don't taste good. Zach can't afford to lose this game. Well, he's losing it. I feel like I'm losing it. Zach is scared of meaningless games. That actually might be the biggest indictment on Zac Taylor thus far, is that he is scared of this game that means absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. In fact, if he's going to be the coach here next year, even if you don't get it, it's a win-win. You either get to be aggressive with your elite offense and get a first down and go score, or you give the ball to them where they only need a few more yards to get in field goal range, and you lose the game and you get a better draft pick. I mean, that is crazy. That is insane. Oh, my gosh. We're doing Cincinnati Fire Museum hits in this game. With all due respect. Thank you for your service, firefighters, but come on. That's where we're at. All right, Browns offense takes over, and I do not have enough water. Shedeur drops back to pass. 1st and 10, plenty of time. Now has to dump it off, and he does just that. It's going to be a big gain of about 6 yards. Big gain. Modest gain. Flag thrown on the play. So they're going to call roughing the passer for hitting Shedeur after he jumped up. I mean, whatever. Who cares? I could not imagine being at this stadium right now. I've been to some senior days. This is what I call the meaningless Browns game at Great America or Paycor Stadium. What is this? This is Noah Fant's senior day. I went to Andy Dalton's senior day when we beat him. I mean, I'd be booing so loud. Shedeur Sanders falls down in the backfield and gets touched. Loss of 12. Shedeur's terrible. Shedeur is terrible. If there are any Browns fans in here, listen, guys. I'm gonna tell you something straight up. I know that it's not been good. They've returned to Cleveland 27 years ago, you guys have been miserable. And you've not been able to find a decent quarterback. You had one guy that was okay, and you shipped him out of town. Baker Mayfield. Do not fool yourself into thinking Shedeur Sanders is good. He's terrible. There's a reason he got dropped to the 5th round. 2nd and 21. Shedeur takes a sack. It's going to be a loss of 12. He's terrible. Cedric Johnson comes off. Stunt play. Dude, he's terrible. Bernie Kosar belonged to the Ravens. He played for the Ravens. The Browns have been an organization for 26 years, and they've been terrible. So here comes a screen play on 3rd and 31. It's going to get about 20 yards, and out comes the Browns punting unit. I cannot believe we did not go for the ball. Go for it there. I am glad to see Hank back. Appreciate Hank. Hank the hamster is no longer with us. And by no longer with us, I don't mean he's dead. He might be dead. But we took him back to the pet store. 4th and 18. Snap is good. Punt is up. And it goes out of bounds out at the 22. Refs have to just be guessing on that, right? When the punts go out of play, I know there's someone that's like trying to run down, but they have to just be guessing there. Craig Sandlin with a great chat. Why bother playing your stars because they give you the best chance to win, quote unquote, if you're not going to play to win? It's chicken shit. Zac Taylor is, I don't know if you can say the S word on these streams, if it demonetizes everything, but I'll say this. It's chicken shit. Sorry. I mean, this is terrible. We've already down. I don't care. The timeouts in the first half don't matter, guys. We're already down to timeout. They don't matter in the first half. They really don't. Second half, they matter. First half, they really don't matter. I think it's PG-13 rules. So I'm allowed 2 F-bombs? I'm allowed 2 F-bombs? Because I'll use them, mother. If it's PG-13 rules, I'm allowed 2 F-bombs, Casey. I don't think I'm allowed 2 F-bombs. Okay, Mr. Franchise Quarterback. Now lead your team 6-19, you know. Anybody that watches professional football, if they still doubt Joe Burrow, then you can't talk with people that doubt that are that stupid. I'm sorry, you can't. Like, if you doubt Joe Burrow, if you don't think Joe Burrow is one of the elite playmakers in this league, you can say anything you want about how he's kind of weird, about how he's hurt all the time. Well earned. But when he plays, he is elite. And if anyone that does not believe that they're too stupid to argue with. They're too stupid to argue with. Bruh. All right, 1st and 10 for the Bengals from the 22-yard lines. Joe Burrow dropping back to pass, looking over the middle of the field. Pass intended for Jamar Chase is broken up by the safety of the Cleveland Browns. 2nd and 10, 7:08 to play here in the half. He's not flawless. Yeah, Joe Flacco had some really good games with these receivers, but he also looked inept. Joe Burrow never looks inept. Like, Joe Burrow at his worst looks like a decent quarterback. And we're going to have a false start. It's going to be 2nd and 15. I mean, they are – the Bengals are so unfocused of this game, so zoomed out, so unlocked that it is troubling. It is absolutely troubling how unlocked they are in this game. And I get it's the final game of the year. It's like I don't know if we have any teachers in the chat, but I imagine it's like trying to teach the kids the last few weeks of school. Really effing hard. But if you're going to play to win, and that's what the Bengals are doing, they're trying to win, then lock that heck in. 2nd and 15. Burrow takes the snap. Drops back, looking over the middle of the field. Finds Andre Yoshivas, who falls down. Then there was a grassy knoll at Paycor Stadium because he just fell right on down. It's going to be 3rd about 6. Steelers said 14 unanswered points. Hey, Steelers, why don't you enjoy your 9-8 season where you either get bounced out of the postseason by 30 points or you're going to miss again? Hey, but good job on having another winning season. Mike Tomlin's great. Burrow drops back to pass. Pass is going to be tipped at the line of scrimmage, intended just in the flats for Samaje Perine. So on 3rd and 8, we get an incomplete pass, and out comes Ryan Rico. BTA of this Brown squad. Listen, there's been 3 touchdowns scored. All have happened when the Bengals' offense has been on the field. So, you need us to win? Why do you need us to win, Steelers? In fact, if you need us to win, I don't want to win anymore. If the Steelers need the Bengals to win, I don't want to win anymore. We are terrible. John, you crack me up. Browns don't have because he took Vegas's trap and picked us probably. Yeah, I mean 9.5 is a big trap. My last leg. Okay. Well, I hope your parlay loses at this point. Go put some fries on your sandwich, you yinser. Whatever they call them. What are people from Pittsburgh called? And what's with the fries on the sandwich thing? Is that unique? You think that's special? No, it ain't special. Your city smells like Andrew Carnegie's Grundle. And your stadium sucks. PNC Park rocks, though. All right. We'll see what this Bengals D against this Browns offense. When Paul Brown invented football 200 years ago, right next to Abner Doubleday, when Paul Brown invented football, he imagined that someday the Bengals defense would be playing off against the Browns offense in a meaningless football game in January. Burrow hasn't been playing well since he took that one hit. I don't know. Joe Burrow is unbelievable. Thank you for watching. If we get crap from opposing fans, I lose it a little bit. It's all love. Oh man. All right, here we go. 1st and 10, 6:16 to go here in the half. And it's been about as ugly as you'd think a 4-12 versus 6-10 Bengals-Browns game would be. It's that ugly. John Silvani, I love you. Thank you for all the support. What are you talking about? This is a typical Joe Burrow loss. He has done this a number of times. What are you talking about? Go crack a cold one and enjoy the final half of this Bengals season. Run play from the Browns is brought down in the backfield. Davis on the tackle. C.J. Stroud with a rushing touchdown. Can't pass that Wonderlic test, though. 2nd and 10 for the Browns offense. Shedeur Sanders fakes the handoff, tries over the middle of the field, and he just overthrew a receiver by 37 feet. That pass could have gone over the green monster. Shedeur Sanders is terrible, Browns fans. If there's any he's terrible. And Geno Stone right there. I mean, it hit him in the hands. Hit Geno Stone in the hands. I'm glad that he's a leader. Means a lot. Thanks, Al. Thanks, Geno. Thanks, Duke. Third and 10. Shedeur drops back. Now rolling out to his right. Plenty of time. Dumps it out to the running back in the flats that is, I guess, trying to pivot out of nobody. There was no one around him, and he's doing juke moves. Jerry Jeudy. Why did Browns fans ever think Jerry Jeudy was going to be good? Jerry Jeudy blows. All right. 5 minutes. It is the Browns' ball at after half. Andrew Collins with Mike Hart will be on at halftime to talk about this lovely, and it is lovely, first half of football. Williams catches it out at the 18-yard line and almost is immediately brought down. And here comes Joe Burrow in the stripes, baby. Let's see if we can get another. All right, Reed, say something nice about a Browns player. Myles Garrett is, I imagine his physique is he's like the most amazingly built human being I've ever seen in my entire life. I was watching a game with my wife, who does not watch a whole lot of football, and Myles Garrett came on the screen. Like, it was one of, like, and he just, like, is wearing street clothes, and she was like, oh, my goodness, that is a impressive human being. Yes. I don't know who Chloe Kim is. Someone's going to have to help me out there. Joe Burrow hands the ball off to Chase Brown on the end around. A lot of space for Brown. He turns it upfield. It's going to be a gain of 15 yards. So now I got to Google something. Am I allowed to Google it? Oh, snowboarder. Okay. Okay. Just cute. 1st and 10 for the Bengals. They are milking Myles Garrett, but he is on the precipice of breaking history. Like, that's a big deal. Burrow drops back to pass, finds Jamar Chase. He's across midfield, a lot of room, yards after catch as he gets another 15 out to the 35-yard line. Make it 39. Yeah, Denzel Ward is out for the Browns, so we should be throwing it to Jamar a lot. Think about, everyone talks about Denzel Ward like he's great. Denzel Ward's not that good. Went to a sorry school and really hasn't done a whole lot. 1st and 10 from the 39. Burrow drops back to pass once again. Eventually just dumps it out to Samaje Perine, who gets a gain of 5 yards. David Shaw says, fire Zac Taylor. I'm with you, brother. Yeah, I just want winners. Denzel Ward's never been anywhere where he's won. College, pros, I want winners. 2nd and 6. Second and 6 from the 35-yard line. I think this is the first time where the score bug's been on pace with what I'm watching. Burrow fakes the handoff. Looks for Samaje Perine again. Perine misses one tackle, misses a second, gets out to the line to gain. It's a gain of 5 yards. It's going to be 3rd and less than 1. No, they did not, David Shaw. Third and 1. Final play before the 2-minute warning if we even get it off. There's about a 2-second difference between the game clock and the play clock. If I know the Bengals, they're going to try and draw the Browns off sides. Yeah, I hate how freaking predictable they are. We go to the 2-minute warning. I mean, like, has it ever worked? I mean, every time we do something, has it ever worked? Truly. I mean, I know it has, certainly. But, like, think in your brain about any time that you've watched our team, the Bengals, the Cincinnati Bengals, line up when they know they can get a first down and try to draw them off sides. It has never worked. Oh, for a billion. And we do it every game. Every game. Perine is running hard today. Perine runs hard every time. Samaje Perine, there are certain players that are easy to root for just because the way they play. They might not be great, but they're just easy to root for. Samaje Perine is one of those. I know it doesn't affect anything. Like on the 2-minute warning, sure, try it. Whatever. But it's just like, it's just annoying. I'm not upset because we do. I'm just annoyed, and that gives me another thing to complain about. That gives me another thing to moan about. 2-minute warning, 14-6, 2 minutes to play. It's 3rd and less than 1 from the 30. Chase Brown needs 10 yards for 1,000 yards. I think we can do that. He also, if he gets 150 yards, he'll have like 1,500 all-purpose yards this year. I mean, obviously, we need to be well beyond that already. to get 150, or else he's going to need to like go for like 90 yards later in the game. But I think that's what I saw, which would put him top 10 regular season on purpose all season for sure. Yeah, he came in with Chase Brown as our 4th leading receiver, more than Mike Gesicki, more than Noah Fant, just behind Andre Yoshivas. Where are we at so far? Burrow is 12 for 16 with a pick and a touchdown. Chase Brown's averaging, we're averaging 5.5 yards a carry, regardless of who we give it to. Between P. Ryan or Chase Brown, we almost have 100 yards of offense or rushing. We've only gotten the ball to Tee Higgins once. We're checking it down a lot. Maybe probably out of 12 receptions, probably 5 of them are checkdowns. Reed, you complain. I really complain. That is right, John. And we take the sneak. And we got it. Was that Burrow on the sneak? If that beautiful blonde boy's under center, no, it's Flacco. That a boy Flacco. So Flacco gets the sneak. Imagine being 40 years old. And they're like, hey, man, go run on out there and run into the strongest men in the world. That's what you do. And that's what he did. Got on out there. I like that. This should be a blowout. It might be a blowout here soon if we throw another pick six. 1st and 10 from the 29-yard line. Burrow takes the snap, hands it off to Chase Brown. We're averaging 5.5 yards a carry, and we get 6, 7, 8? 8 yards there on the carry. It's going to be 2nd and 2. Let's try for the end zone. We're now at the 20. Try at the end zone. Bengals starters are playing like crap. Guys, let's time out. We have dominated this game. Other than 2 plays. There's been 2 plays. We're fine. A 95-yard touchdown and a scoop and score on Noah Fant. Pass to Tee Higgins, gets the first down out to the 14-yard line. Time out. Let's pump the brakes on the starters playing like crap. Joe Burrow is gonna go for 260 this game. We're gonna rush for 230 yards. Like we're running the ball well. We're moving the ball well. It's purely 2 plays that have cratered this. Our defense has been great. So let's pump the brakes on the Bengals playing like crap. We've had some penalties that I don't like, and we've had two really bad plays. Pick 6 is fluky, correct. The Noah Fant thing is probably not fluky because he does it 1 in 10 times. And don't miss Slime Time this Wednesday on Paramount Plus. Be sure to check out Nickelodeon's Slime Time. Can't miss it. They have 29 yards of offense. We have 220, and we're losing. I think that's fluky more than anything else. 1st and 10 from the 14. Burrow drops back to pass. Surveys the field. Burrow misses Andre Yoshivas. That was a bad pass. But he's looking over to Andre like Andre's fault. Like it's Andre's fault. It's going to be 14-9 going into half. It's their ball at half. 30 seconds to play. We've got 1 timeout. 2nd and 10. Burrow looking for the end zone, just heaving it up to Tee Higgins, who brings it in with 1 hand. Flag thrown in the end zone. It's going to be DPI or defensive holding regardless because Tee Higgins didn't do a dang thing. What a catch. Woo! Just toss. Listen, this is where the Burrow haters get some credit because they just toss it up sometimes. Defensive pass interference. We'll take the touchdown. Sometimes you just got to heave it up there, and it works out. Tee Higgins is one of the best just toss-it-up guys in the league. Like, he's much better than Jamar Chase at that. What a play. Tee Higgins is a man. Tee Higgins is a dog. His 11th touchdown of the season. What a year for Tee Higgins. One-handed catch. Tee! We are not kicking a PAT. And he missed it. He kicked the PAT and we missed it. We're down 2. And we just kick a PAT and then we miss it. What the hell is going on? I mean, what? Zach, what are you doing? Oh my God. We are just... I don't even know what to say, guys. That is crazy. We're kicking a PAT and we miss it. Yeah, who's the troll? We're the Bengals. Zac Taylor's a troll, dude. That is hilarious. That is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. And truly. And I've been watching this team for a long time. All right. Oh, shoot. I forgot to sing. Hear them Bengals growling. Mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling. Lean and hungry. An offensive brute. Run passer boot. And defensively, he's rough. Tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't gonna never let us down. Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. All right. Shedeur Sanders gets out of a sack on the opening play of the drive. I can't believe they're trying anything. Maybe they'll just phone it home. Barrett Carter tries to dive and gets the flailing ball, but it hits the turf before he can get there. 2nd and 10, 18 seconds left. Shedeur rolls out left on 2nd and 10. Tries downfield and throws it out of bounds. It's going to be 3rd and 10. Craig has more rhythm, certainly. I can't sing that well. I can wiggle. I can dance. I got a little bit of sauce on the dance floor. 3rd and 10. Reminder that Mike Hart and Andrew Collinsworth will be here at the halftime show. Then I'll take us through the second half. 3rd and 10. They'll hand the ball off. It's going to be a gain of 5 yards. And that'll smell the end of the half. So the Browns, despite only having 35 yards of total offense, will take the lead into the second half via 2 defensive scores. It's 14-12. And Craig, if you are there, if you could flip up the full screen graphic, we'll get everyone situated. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for tuning into the halftime show of such a riveting game that we have for the Battle of Ohio. I'm Mike Harden. This is Andrew Collinsworth. How are you doing, Andrew? How are you holding up through this barn burner of a game?
Not well, Mike. Really not well. I'm trying my absolute best to put aside my emotional fandom right now for this show. And it's gonna be a big time struggle. So I apologize if I have some sudden outbursts through this next 10 minutes.
Yeah. You I think maybe you should stop trying to predict things. I think you're the one that brought up that they'd have a defensive score. That was the only way
No,
that they're
no,
going
no,
to
no, no,
score
no.
points. I think
That
that's what
wasn't
you
me.
said at the beginning of this. But
No.
yeah, it's been uninspiring first half to say the least. I think there's been some positives, and we'll get to it on the defense and stuff like that. But overall, offense has looked okay, minus 2 plays, right? A tip ball that gets returned for a touchdown and then a fumble recovery for a touchdown. So I think most of the uninspiration or, the frustration that we feel, I think, is not necessarily on how the offense is playing per se, but it's just like how Zac Taylor's approaching this game. And we can get to this when we get to why play Burrow, but just like if you're going to have your starters out there, if you're going to be playing this game like it matters, why aren't you coaching like it matters? It's like, hey, we're going to go risk our franchise quarterback potentially getting clobbered by the sack leader, but then 4th and inches, we're going to take a delay a game and not go for it. We're down 2 and we're going to just kick an extra point instead. And, oh, look, we missed another one. So I'm with you. It is kind of an uninspiring game just because it feels like we should. I think Reed mentioned it's like if we're dominating this game, and I don't know if we're dominating, but it sure feels like yards wise we're at 231
it's like a
yards,
200-yard discrepancy. Yeah,
231 yards, and they're at 40. So like that's we should be winning this game, and instead we're losing by 2 points. So yeah. That is, I guess that's an uninspiring thing. Reed mentioned he's like they better be booing Zac Taylor in there. From what we can hear on the broadcast, I wasn't listening to it too much, but there's plenty of booing going on. So that's for sure. There's going to need to be some things that are going to have to change in order for the Bengals to win this game. But let's go through some first half stats. I'm not sure if Craig has any. Oh, look, there we go. I don't even have to read it off my screen. Joe Burrow, nice little 14 for 19, 127 yards, 2 touchdowns, including an absolutely incredible catch by Tee Higgins. That one interception we mentioned off a tip ball. Hard to give a lot of blame to Joe Burrow on that, but he's been getting rid of the ball pretty quickly with Myles Garrett breathing down his neck. The run game has looked good. Chase Brown, 9 carries, 51 yards already, and obviously that one touchdown that has led, or one reception that's led to a touchdown. It looks like Samaje Perine's got 8 carries for 42 yards, which is that run game looks pretty good. We're averaging 5.5 yards per carry, so we've even seen some jet sweeps that have led to some positive yardage. So I'd imagine that they'd want to continue with that run game into the second half. Jamar Chase, 5 receptions, 60 yards. He's looked good. Their Denzel Ward being out is definitely helping in that. And then Tee Higgins, 3 receptions, 41 yards in that incredible one-handed touchdown that he caught even while being interfered with. Tee Higgins is just so good. Just fortunate to have both of those guys as our 1-2 receivers. But obviously the story of the game is the Browns have 2 touchdowns on defense. We have a tip ball that went for like a 94-yard pick 6, and then Noah Fant, after catching the ball, gets the ball punched out, and it is returned for a touchdown, and that's why the Browns have the lead. So, any thoughts on, I'd say the next thing we have going in here is like, should Burrow stay in this game? What do you think? Do you think Joe Burrow should continue playing in the second half? Has he shown you enough for what he has? Do you think Joe Burrow will let himself being taken out of this game? What do you think, Andrew?
Well, prior to the game today, I don't want to say I was on the fence. I just didn't really necessarily have an opinion about whether or not he should play. And then he takes that first hit and he comes up limping, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, all of a sudden it like flipped a switch in me. Like my blood started to boil. I'm listening to Reed the whole time, and he's getting me worked up, and I was just sitting there. I'm like, look, I read the comments on our post. I see how fans are thinking. It's 50-50. Like it's pretty close what people think. Most of the people are saying, no, there's no way that he should be playing. And then half the other people are saying he's getting paid millions of dollars. He needs to play. People are there to watch him play. And I understand that argument. At this point in time, you gain nothing from playing him. You gain nothing. People who were at the game, they watched him play for a half. And they also, going into this game that it means nothing. So it's not like you, and I'm sorry, some people probably got, tickets for Christmas to this game or something like that. And it sucks that they're in the position that they're in, but like, there's no benefit to playing him at this point. And after seeing the way that the Browns, honestly, man, like they didn't look like they were pulling any of their punches. They were coming after him a little bit after he got rid of the ball. They're going in low. Like they're clearly playing as if this is week one right now. And, you got to give them some credit for the way that they're playing. But at the same time, like, I don't want to see him take any more shots. And it's one thing if it really seemed like Zac Taylor was pushing to win this game. But as you mentioned, he's not. That was a coaching disaster class in the first half. I've never been more infuriated. You have a team that's playing to lose right now. I mean, they're second through probably sixth best players out of the game right now. Like the only good player they have out there is Myles Garrett. Everybody else is, there's some decent players, but they're holding out most of their guys. And you're still losing this game is unbelievable to me. So at this point in time, I have to say I don't want to see him on the field again. Like I just want him to be healthy. Obviously the win is just secondary here. It's secondary.
Yeah. And I think additional unfortunate thing about those defensive touchdowns, obviously that means they're winning the game. We have down here 14-13. It's actually 14-12 because we missed that extra point. But I think if it's 14-0, then potentially Joe Burrow doesn't even – it's just like, okay, we're up 14. Their offense is doing nothing. All right, Joe Flacco time. But because they're losing, I think Zac Taylor's throwing him back out there. Joe Burrow obviously doesn't want to come out of a losing game. He's playing to win this game. So I think part of we're gonna see Joe Burrow in that second half, whether we want it or not. And just unfortunate. Just hold our breath and hope that he doesn't get hurt. I do want to spend a little bit of time giving some shine to the defense because I'll tell you what, 40 yards of offense for the Browns. I know they're without a lot of their main players, but the defenses look pretty good. I think we've got at least 3 sacks already. Cedric Johnson and Cam Sample and BJ Hill, all with sacks. We've had a couple almost interceptions as well. I saw in the chat, and I love this. Geno Oven Mitts Stone is just an absolutely incredible nickname to a guy who just lets the ball hit his hands and bounce right off. So he has had 2 almost interceptions as well. Didn't catch either one of those, but we've been able to get some pressure. We've been able to. The Browns haven't be able to produce very much offense at all. Andrew, what are your thoughts on the defense so far in this first half?
Yeah, they've played well. The only reason I'm hesitant to give them more credit is just because how bad this Browns offense is. I mean, it's abysmal. Jerry Jeudy, he's supposed to be their best receiver, and I could not imagine him being the wide receiver one on the Bengals. He's an infuriating player to watch. He's got to be if you're a Browns fan, because he just seems to give zero effort all the time. He's completely checked out. And I don't want to dive too much into that or anything, but the defense, to their credit, has been playing well. I think the defensive backs have been playing especially well. Comparatively to that first Browns game when they played well, but at the same time they caught some lucky breaks too. So they're playing well, but this is exactly what I expected. So I'm not gonna celebrate them too much just yet. Maybe if they force another turnover and they come up with some big plays, then we could talk more about it. But I'm not quite as excited, I think, after that first half performance, and probably because the Bengals are losing this game. That's probably the main reason. It's kind of brought my attitude down a little bit.
Sure. It's a very classic Bengals-Browns sloppy game. We've seen this over the years of just throw the records out. This game is going to be there's going to be weird stuff that happens, and boy, I hope all the weird stuff is done happening. Is what we can say. And just one more thing to add to that: Cleveland's defense has seen 39 snaps, and the Bengals defense has seen 15. So there is a level there as well. We'll see what happens when they come out of. I believe Cleveland's going to get the opening kickoff. So We'll see how the defense can respond there to any potential adjustments that they could make. But yeah, I'm with you. It's a grain of salt because there's a lot of not great players here, but it's better than we have seen in the past. And we're starting to see some players, Howard Cross, 2 snaps, 2 pressures, right? These are guys, Tyson Anderson has 3 plays that he's been in. DJ Ivy has 5 plays that he's been in. So, Cedric Johnson, 7 snaps, 1 sack. So, we're starting to get what you were talking about earlier of, hey, let's start to get some rotation so we can see how players are doing. And we're starting to get a little bit of production. So, let's move to the second half here. We don't have very much time left until they start the second half, and we pass it back to Reed. Once again, we appreciate everyone here. But Andrew, what's your plan? If you're the Bengals, how are you approaching this second half?
I don't mean to state the obvious here, but you take care of the football, you win. It's as simple as that at this point. They're not going to score, more than I can't see them scoring a touchdown offensively in the second half, honestly. Which is kind of, our defense hasn't been great at times, but I have full faith in them in the second half to get things done. But you just got to take care of the football, man. No more turnovers. Noah Fant, how many times has he been going down to the ground this year and coughs up the football? Reed was talking about it. He said 3 times. I mean, that's unbelievable. If you take care of the football, you win the game. The run game has been really impressive. Maybe you ride that. But Burrow looks like he's comfortable, especially after that first drive. So the offense is moving the ball very, very well. It's really just the 2 turnovers that are killing them. And that's obvious. I don't mean to overstate it, but if they can just, not turn the ball over in the second half, then they should come away with an easy win.
Yeah. Looks like they're kicking the ball off here to start the second half with a touchback. But yeah, I'm with you. Let Shedeur throw you one. I say they got 2 defensive touchdowns. Let's take one back. Let's get one defense. Let's get a nice little defensive touchdown. I'd love that very much. So thanks for everyone that joined us. This is our sign off for the rest of the season. You got Reed and Craig for the post game. So thank you everyone that has tuned in for us. Make sure you like the stream. Remember, if you get 200 likes here, I think Reed said you do 100 push-ups. So we all want to see that. Thanks again, and hopefully they'll be cheering on a Bengals win here. So that's us signing off. Thank you very much. Reed, back to you.
All right, guys. I don't think I said I'd do 100 push-ups. I was basically told from the Chatterbox account that I had to do 100 push-ups if we get 200 likes. But yeah, that works. I don't know where we're at right now. But thank you so much to Mike and Andrew for the pregame and halftime. And me and Craig will take you through the rest of this one. The Browns start out at the 35-yard line after the touchback, get a 6-yard carry from Corley. Make sure, the CBS thing is. Guys, I've calmed down a little bit. This game has been weird as hell, but I calmed down a little bit. Handoff. Gets a gain of 2-3 yards, and Bengals, Demetrius Knight's pointing, wanting the fumble. Throw the flag, Zach. Who cares? Just throw the flag. Throw that red flag. So it's going to be 3rd and 1. Kevin Stefanski wants them to pump up the play clock a little more. Let's see what we got here. Well, that camera angle's no good. I think there's too many bodies in there. 3rd and 1, 15 seconds on the play clock. See if we can get a 3 and out. Shedeur takes the snap, hands the ball off, and met at the line of scrimmage for a loss. The Bengals hold them there. It's going to be 4th and less than 1. They hand the ball off to Raheem Sanders. And TJ Slayton was the first one there. So it's going to be 4th and 1. Can we get a stop? Come on. 4th and 1. Can we get a stop? Shedeur under center. Sends a man in motion. Hands the ball off. It's bobbled. It's Jerry Jeudy who eventually brings it in and turns upfield for the first down. So think about this. The Browns on the road with the lead will go for it on their own 45, but we won't go for it on their 45 when we're at home, when we're losing, when we're dominating the game. Golly. First and 10, 49-yard line. Shedeur in shotgun. Just their third first down of the game. And Raheem Sanders breaks 2 tackles for a 12-yard carry. Out to the 37-yard line. Ah, this team, man. This team. First and 10 from the 37. Shedeur under center. 4 men on the line for the Bengals. Jumbo package for the Browns. Fakes the handoff. Shedeur plenty of time. Looking downfield. Tries the end zone. And it's caught. Oh, incomplete. Looks like he reined it in there for a second. Trying for Canella. From my angle there, it looked like he might have brought it in. Yeah, it doesn't make the catch. Hits the ground. I thought we might have been called for DPI, to be honest with you. Thought we could have been called for DPI. Tyson Anderson on the defense. Second and 10. They hand the ball off to Raheem Morris, and Morris slips out of 1 tackle. Raheem Morris runs like a wrestler, that like some guy that wrestled his entire life, and then they're like, "Hey, you're gonna be a running back for like some high school team." And it just doesn't look very compact, but he's hard to bring down. 3rd and 6. Shedeur, wide open, finds Cedric Tillman, who's going to be brought down at the 10-yard line. Oh, man. Wide open for Cedric Tillman. After a great first half, the Browns are marching it right downfield here to start the second. So 1st and goal from the 10. 2 men in the backfield with Shedeur. Going to send one out wide. Shedeur throws it on out. And it's going to be brought down at the 9-yard line. That was Corley with the catch. Malachi Corley, a 3rd-round pick out of Western Kentucky in his 2nd year. So 2nd and goal. Shedeur hands it off to Morris. Morris gets down to the 5-yard line. It's just an ugly game, if I'm being honest, guys. It's just an ugly game. Not a fun game to watch. So 3rd and goal. Grassy says he sees his buddy is seeing Joe Flacco warming up on the sideline. So maybe Joe was only ever going to play the first half. 3rd and goal. Shedeur has 3 seconds to get the snap off, and he doesn't get it off in time. The Browns will not call a timeout. They'll instead take the delay of game, so it's going to be 3rd and goal from the 10. Atlanta with a lead over the Saints. Raheem Morris, sorry. Sorry, Craig. Raheem Sanders. Not often you hear that name, Raheem, and then your brain gets jumbled up with football, Raheem. All right, Raheem Morris. You've heard that name more often, so apologize. Raheem Sanders, the running back for the Browns. Thanks for checking me up. 3rd and goal from the 10. Sanders takes off, but is brought down by Demetrius Knight, waiting for Sanders to take off on the spy. And Sanders gets 1 yard, and out comes the kicking unit. Raheem Sanders, Nate, my B. Shedeur sucks. Shedeur Sanders is terrible. So here comes a 27-yard field goal attempt for the Browns. Snap good. Kick is up and through the uprights. It is 17-12. I cannot believe that, now I'm just thinking about it again, that Zac Taylor, A, did not go for it on 4th and 1 on the Browns 45, and then secondly, didn't go for 2 at the end of the half. I cannot believe that. All right. 17-12, and this CBS thing is going to be, just the bane. I'm so glad that this is my final game with the CBS score bug above me. Because I hate it. I hate it! Almost as much as I hate watching this team at times. I think Brian Flores is the right coach for the Bengals organization. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just telling you Zac Taylor's going to be the coach. I'm in favor with an adult. I want a defensive-minded adult. I hope whoever loses that Sunday Night Football game tonight, I hope they fire their coach and somehow it pushes the Bengals into either hiring Mike Tomlin or John Harbaugh. We need a veteran linebacker, no doubt. We need a veteran safety. And we need an edge rusher. We should get, what about Kevin Stefanski? You're talking about 2-time Coach of the Year, Kevin Stefanski? Yeah, no, I'm not sold. It is funny. I listen to a podcaster. He talks about this a lot. The Browns are so poorly run and have lost for so long that they get graded on a much different scale than the rest of the league. Like the other 31 teams get graded on a different scale than the Browns. Like Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry are both highly regarded amongst media members, or highly regarded amongst, I guess, fans, against players. Like they talk about like they've got a good thing. They are not good. And they've been there for, 6 years, both of them, Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski? And they've got 2 playoff appearances, 2 winning seasons to show for it? Like, why do the Browns get such a pass? Like, the Bengals aren't a well-run franchise. And we got Joe Burrow. But I just don't understand why the Browns don't get talked about the way they are ran, like they are just the dumpster fire that they are. They're a dumpster fire. And I don't care if Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry are Harvard kids or Penn grads. I know they're both Ivy Leaguers. I don't know which Ivy League they went to, but like they're both highly regarded. Kevin Stefanski's won Coach of the Year twice. And the rest of the time he's been there, they've been like a 3-win team. Like I just don't get it. It feels like they are graded on a much different scale. And maybe it's just because they've been so terrible for 25 years. You're right. No, it's the Browns. It's the Browns. You're right. But it just, I don't, like the Jags aren't, the Bengals haven't been well ran, and we are graded on a different scale. The Jags, the Titans, I don't know. 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line is where the Bengals will take over. They hand the ball off to Chase Brown, gets 3 yards. No, you're right, Michael Raleigh. You're right. But we are in different effing stratospheres than the Browns have been for the 25 years. The Browns have like 3 winning seasons since they've returned to Cleveland, maybe 4. The Bengals have had 4 consecutive winning seasons. Like, we are in different stratospheres. We are in the stratosphere. The Browns are in the Marianas Trench. 2nd and 6. Joe Burrow alone in the backfield. Takes the snap. Gets rid of it quickly. Gets it out to Mike Gesicki for a gain of 8 yards. When you pay the money the Bengals have on offense, and you miss players like they have 3 years in a row, the two aren't the same. This isn't about the Bengals. This is about the Browns. The Browns get a pass that no other team in the league gets. Like, we make fun of the Jags. We make fun of the Jets, the Giants, the Bengals, the Titans, the Bears. We make fun of all these terrible teams. But the Browns are like, oh, they've got Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski. They're going to be okay. Like, those players, like, we don't think of Kevin Stefanski as some terrible coach. He is. He's had 2 good years. We think Andrew Berry's a decent GM. Why? Why? He's terrible. They haven't won. Ever. They have not been good. They drafted 2 quarterbacks last year. They made the trade. They broke the sport with the Deshaun Watson trade. They broke the sport. We didn't give out guaranteed money before that. But they get a pass, and I don't understand. I just don't understand it. They're a terrible organization. 1st and 10 from the 39. Get the ball out to Drew. Well, we just won the game on 1st and 15 because we get the ball to Drew Sample in open space, DS89, and we win this game. DS89. Man, that's a good point, David Shaw. Everyone knows the Browns stink. No one talks about the Browns because it's a waste of time. That might be. Maybe it's just because they are so irrelevant that they're just like a footnote of the rest of the league. But, like, we still talk about the Jets, the Jags, the Bears. I mean, maybe it's because those are major franchises or major cities. Not the Jags, obviously. The Cardinals. We talk about that's a dumpster fire. 2nd and 9. Joe Burrow scrambling out to his right. He's going to have to run it himself. Take a slide. 1st down. Joe Burrow slides on his knee, an awkward slide, but he gets up easily. It's going to be a 1st down for the Bengals. We're out to midfield. Joe Burrow felt Myles Garrett behind him and took off. Noah Fant is gone next year, right? Because we get Eric All. Yeah, I'm done with Noah Fant. And I think I was pro Noah Fant before today's game, but I'm officially done. 3rd and 1, incomplete pass. And it's going to be 4th and 1. I thought we got the 1st down. 4th and 1, 4:45 to go here in the 3rd. Fourth and 1, 4:45 to go here in the 3rd. 15 seconds. Does appear that we're at least going to go for it. Same exact situation as earlier. Now in the 47. We're going to send Tee Higgins in motion. 8 seconds. I swear if we take the delay game, we take the snap. All right, we're going for it. Joe Burrow finds Mike Gesicki, who almost drops the ball but reins it in for the 1st down. The Cardinals have been relevant. All those other teams have been relevant. The Browns are staying behind the couch no one cares about. The New York Jets have never been relevant. They're in New York City. The Chicago Bears have never been relevant since 1985. The Arizona Cardinals are the oldest NFL franchise, and they have 5 playoff wins in the history of their franchise. They have never been relevant. They've made 2 NFC championships, and they've made 1 Super Bowl. Those are their only playoff wins ever. And they both happened 10 years ago and 20 years ago. 1st and 10. Joe Burrow sends Tee Higgins in motion. Hand the ball off to Chase Brown. This all got started because I got asked about Kevin Stefanski. Kevin Stefanski's 2-time Coach of the Year. I think he gets a pass that other coaches in this league do not get for consistently coaching a horrible team, as does Andrew Berry. Kevin Stefanski's been there for 7 years. They've had 2 winning seasons. 2nd and 8. From the 43-yard line. Jamar Chase sent in motion. Burrow. They send the house here. He's got to get rid of it, and Burrow gets clobbered. They send 6 men, and the first guy back there is, who is it? Grant Delpit. Grant Delpit with he had a sack last week, his 3rd sack of the season. Third and 17. Joe Burrow gets it out to Tee Higgins. Hook and ladder to Chase Brown, and the Browns don't fall for it. We get 8 yards. And it's going to be 4th and 9. Are we in field goal range? We're going to try something here. Team is coming off. So Ryan Rico will be out to punt. Sean Connor says, the no playoffs in 3-season stratosphere. That's fair. Listen, this wasn't a point to gloss over the Bengals, to talk about how great the Bengals are and anything like that, because the Bengals obviously aren't a great franchise. You get the reputation that you are given. For the most part, you do. I just don't understand. One, why Browns fans think that the Bengals and Browns are anywhere near each other in terms of competency from their franchise. Because as long as I've been a Bengals fan since 2002, we've been a pretty competent franchise. We haven't been great, but we've been middle of the pack more often, or better, more often than not. The Browns have never been that. The Browns have had 4 winning seasons since they've returned to Cleveland, which seems impossible in the NFL. Seems truly impossible. The Browns have never won the AFC North. All right, let's go. That's 1,000 yards on the season for Chase Brown. Yeah, I wonder if Evan McPherson makes 2 PATs. Do you think they try that kick? It was a 60-yarder. You think if he's made 2 PATs, think they kick it to try and tie the game up? If it would have been 17-14, sure. AJ Worst jumping in here with a fire Zach. I don't even know what I just ranted about for the last 15 minutes, but I got fired up. All right. I did refill my water. I think what I've diagnosed it as, and now we got the Steelers guy back. I think what I've diagnosed it as is, I think David Shaw actually put it right. Like the Browns have never been worth the time, effort, or energy to talk about how poorly they are ran. So the reason that Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry get a pass is just because their team always sucks. Who cares? We're on the same point here, David Shaw. All right, 1st and 10. Sanders under center. Rolling out to his right. Passes it out to the tight end. Gets a gain of 5 yards. Man, we've already zoomed through this third quarter. $1:20 to play here. Handoff. Browns are trying to shorten this game up, aren't they? All right, Sampson gets the carry, gets the first down. I mean, the Bengals are going to lose this game, aren't they? Which is a good thing, by the way. I've talked myself into that's a good thing. Under center is Sanders. Hands it off to Sanders. To my bad. That's not Sanders there. Sampson. So it's going to be another first down off the stretch play. Reed, we have lost to the Browns so much more since Joe came. Well, like I said, why is that? Well, I mean, what's our record against the Browns? Probably about 500 since Joe Burrow has come. Probably right around 500. I do think, so, I mean, to give credit to the Browns over the line, they are a better franchise now than they were 10 years ago. So that's a big portion of it. Like, they've had a 10-win season and a 12-win season in the last few years. But, like, we still own the Browns. Come on here. This ain't a big deal. All right, put our fours up. Get your fours up. Get our fours up here. Joe Field's bad for the Brownies. Let's see. Bengals v. Browns. Let's see the history. We are 5-4 against the Browns over the last since 2021. In fact, we haven't lost to the Browns since week 1 of 2023. We've won the last now 4 appearances against the Browns. So as of late, we've been dominating the Browns. Shamar Stewart is terrible. Ain't good. He ain't good. It is a shame that this defense is so bad that you genuinely can't you can't think that this defense is going to replace like 7 starters, though they probably should. They probably should. Like, we're going to get 3 starters this offseason. John, we are dominating the Cleveland Browns in everything other than the score. We are dominating them in everything other than the score. The fact that we are losing this game is just stupidity. This is the game thus far. You ready for this? Total yards, 270 to 120. They have 56 passing yards. We have 150. They have 67 rushing. We have 120. Third downs, they are 2 for 8. We're also not that good. 3 for 8. But we had 2 just fluky plays, and that's why we're losing. And Zac Taylor is coaching like a Nimrod. Like genuinely a Neanderthal. Like a big old dummy. So 1st and 10 from the 31-yard line. Shedeur Sanders dropping back to pass. He's going to take it himself. He's going to run. He's going to dive forward head first. And it looks like they're going to give them the first down. Nope, 2nd and 1. What counts, Reed? The score. You're right. No, you're right. Their defense beats our offense. That's a good point. Their defense has more points than our offense. 2nd and 1, pitch play out to Sampson. Sampson is met in the backfield but falls forward to get the first down, and they're going to eat that clock up. Can Zach make adjustments? Can Golden? I don't know. I'll give Kevin Stefanski credit here. He's shortening this game up pretty considerably. He's doing a really good job at shortening this game up. Oh, man. First and 10. Fakes the handoff. Sanders, plenty of time. Gets a hand in his face at the last second. And it's tipped up by Demetrius Knight. Demetrius Knight, who comes in the last second, gets his hand in the face, and a pass that almost is in the hands of Barrett Carter goes right through. 2nd and 10. All right. How many likes do we got on the stream? Let's see what we got here. What was the deal? 200 likes and I got to do 100 push-ups? Well, that ain't happening, so not bloody likely. We do have 85 likes. See if we can get up to 100. This game is pure torture. It's not fun. It is not fun. Their head coach is way better than ours. Is Zach? Listen, way better. I'll agree they're on the same plateau. They're on the same podium. There's no. If you had me rank the coaches in this division, I think John Harbaugh is the best coach. I think Mike Tomlin's the second best coach. And I think Kevin Stefanski and Zac Taylor are on the same pedestal. I mean, I think you can kind of. You can make arguments either way. But they're obviously both not team change. I've said this now. I don't understand teams like the Bengals that won't pay head coaches. That's a big thing right now. The Bengals are paying Zac Taylor $4.5 million or whatever is rumored to be because it won't be explicitly said. And there are coaches in this league that are making $15 to $20 million. And I'll ask this question. Is there not a better return on investment in this league than a head coach? Is there not a better return on investment in this league than a head coach? To a point where if you could fantasy draft all personnel and players, obviously quarterbacks would go first, right? If every team starts new and then we just start picking away. Like Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, those would be the first guys to go. Drake May, whoever. Sean McVay would be in the top 10 before any other position's taken. And he's getting paid $15 million. I just don't understand why these teams aren't more aggressive in trying to pay top end talented coaches. What if Shedeur Sanders winds up beating the Bengals? Shedeur Sanders is terrible, guys. I don't know how many times I got to say that. He's terrible. 3rd and 2. Big stop here. See if we can get off the field. Ball at the 50-yard line. Bunch package to the right side. Shedeur in shotgun. Shedeur takes it himself, is hit in the backfield by Geno Stone, who then gets his feet underneath him and falls forward for the first down. Shedeur beating Burrow will be bad for Joe. How is that bad for Joe? Timeout. I'll take a 30 here. If you think the outcome of this game has anything to do with the future of Joe Burrow other than an injury, then I don't know what to tell you. That's just silly. 46-yard line. Double reverse here. I guess it's just one singular reverse. The carries by Isaiah Bond. Gets 4 yards. Geno Stone is terrible. I cannot wait for him to be gone. Handoff, offset eye, and it's going to be a big stop. It's going to be 3rd and 6th. They'll give him a couple feet. It'll be 3rd and 5. 11:20 to play here. Oh, man. Burrow gets injured too much. I think the Bengals should draft a quarterback high in this year's draft. I don't know about high. Seems silly because if Joe Burrow isn't playing, the team's ceiling gets drastically lowered. So it seems like a silly deal for a contingency on that. Shedeur Sanders passes floated up as he's hit as he's brought down. Incomplete pass, and it's going to be 4th and 5. Are they gonna kick here? This is a 58-yarder, 58-yard field goal to make it an 8-point game. Shamar Stewart gets his hand on the pass and immediately puts some pressure on Sanders. Nice play there by Shamar. God, Shamar Stewart is so big. He's so big. And the Browns are punting. They won't go for the 58-yard field goal. They'll instead punt away, try and pin the Bengals. Snap is good, punt is up. Fair catch is caught out at the 8-yard line. Yeah, but Burrow doesn't play often. He's not available. But the point, what I'm saying is about drafting a quarterback high. I think the situation that happened this year where he's missing 9 games is a rare one. Like, if he gets hurt, he's going to get hurt. And I want to plan for the seasons of when Joe's healthy. I don't, because if Joe Burrow goes down, that's the franchise. That's the season. It's done. You can try and keep it afloat, and obviously we'd be having a whole different conversation right now if we won a few more games while he was gone. Like, we win 2 or 3 more games instead of going 1-8. We'd be having a much different conversation right now. We'd be way more excited in this town. But if Joe Burrow doesn't, you've got a plan for when Joe Burrow's there, and I'm not using a high draft pick for a contingency plan if Joe gets hurt. If you want to pay Flacco some money, because I think Flacco is going to try and play again, I'm cool with that. And it is a rookie quarterback that's never going to get a play better than a Joe Flacco. If that's the plan, is to have a contingency for Burrow, then I'd rather have Joe Flacco than a 3rd-round pick that never gets to play. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's better options for a contingency than drafting a 3rd-round draft pick or a 2nd-round draft pick. Grassy says, I count this game as a win as long as Myles doesn't get the sack record. All right, Grassy, let me pitch you a scenario. Bengals they're on the 3rd and goal from the 2-yard line, 3-yard line to win the game. Drop back, Myles Garrett gets that sack to win the game. That would suck. David Shaw, this franchise has tried this stupid one-side-of-the-ball approach for far too long now. The defense has to get some money this year. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But they learned. I guess the only thing I can tell you, David, is I don't know what they do differently over the past few years. Do you not extend Jamar Chase? Of course you extend Jamar Chase. Do you not try to put a lot of money on the offensive line? Of course you try to put a lot of money on the offensive line. It's not like they've had completely ignored and they just have money burning a hole in their pocket. Their money's been spent for their offense because they were needs, right? Except with the exception of Tee Higgins. Burrow drops back to pass. Dumps it off to Chase Brown in the flats. Brown is hit a yard behind the line of scrimmage. He'll move up to get a gain of 2. Yes, you extend Jamar Chase. You're an idiot if you don't extend Jamar Chase. You're an idiot. We've already learned what this team looks like when you let elite players walk out the doors. You probably don't extend Tee Higgins. That's a different move. But every move they made, I think we do again, except for the draft picks, right? And the free, except for the signings. Offensively, they make you go get Orlando Brown. You go get Ted Karras, Frank Kappa, because those were the best guys available. You're not doing that in the draft. You're not going to draft those offensive linemen. You had to protect Joe. And obviously it didn't work, but I don't think they do anything differently. Joe Burrow, on a broken play, is going to take it himself, and he's going to get a first down. It's a weird play. Clearly a broken play there. David Shaw, yeah, the defense has been completely ignored because that's what happens in a salary cap league. That's what happens. Money goes one way, draft picks go the other. The problem is good teams draft well. You're always going to have these problems. The reason the Eagles are good is because they draft well. Burrow drops back to pass, dumps it off once again to Chase Brown in the flats. It's going to be a gain of 5 yards. You're seeing it now with the Chiefs. They put money towards big-time players, and they just haven't been able to draft well because they've had such deep late picks that they haven't been able to, replenish their talent. And that's from a good team. This league is built for that. It evens things out. We just haven't been good enough at drafting. It's as simple as that. 2nd and 4. 8:40 to play. Handoff, Chase Brown. Chase Brown's going to have the first down route beyond the 30-yard line to the 32. Is this Stefanski's last game for the Browns? I think it is. My buddy was talking about how they're going to try and trade him. Who the heck is going to trade? What are you going to get for Kevin Stefanski? There's teams that probably want him to be their head coach, but you're not. A 7th-round pick. I guess it's better than firing a guy. But yes. Joe Burrow gets out to Tee Higgins. No, the Eagles are good because they've drafted well. Point blank. Jalen, look at their defense. They've drafted very well. They've gotten really good players. They've done the same thing the Bengals have. They have a quarterback and they have 2 wide receivers. They don't have a whole lot of money on the defensive side of the ball. The Eagles are spending more money on their offense than anybody. They have a $25 million quarterback or running back. That doesn't happen to any other good team in the league. Joe Burrow on 2nd and 2. Burrow gets it out to, is that Andre Yoshivas for the first down? We're near midfield. We do have to get rid of it very quick. A Kevin Stefanski trade would be interesting because it would set the coaching trade market. Yeah, I don't know. Coaching trades are so rare because the situation very ever comes up. Good coaches just win, so you're always keeping on to them. And why would you trade away a coach unless you weren't winning? Handoff to Chase Brown. Big hole as he gets across midfield, gain of 8. Out to the 47-yard line. We're running out of time here, folks. 2nd and 4. David, the point is The two wide receivers they traded for. The point is that they've paid all those guys. They have money spent in 2 wide receivers, a quarterback and a running back, just like the Bengals do. The reason they're good is because their defense is good. And the reason their defense is good is because they drafted those defensive players. Pass going downfield to Tee Higgins on 2nd and 3 is broken up. Deep ball trying for the end zone. It's going to be 3rd and 3. Yeah, we need a touchdown. Jalen Carter, Cooper DeJean, Malachi Sanders. Like, those are I'm drawing. What's the Kenyon Mitchell? Those are all draft picks by the Eagles. The Bengals have not done that. They've ran their team exactly like the Bengals have. They've just flourished at drafting. We have not. 3rd and 3. 4 seconds on the play clock. Brown sends 6. Burrow dumping it out to Drew Sample for the first down. It's going to be a first down for the Bengals and Drew Sample. Brown sends 6. DS89 in open space. That's how we win. DS89 in open space. Dude's a gamer. Let's go. Let's go. 1st and 10 for the Bengals. Burrow stepping up, and he's just going to get sacked. And is that Myles Garrett? So there's the record for Myles Garrett. Comes in an inopportune time. Not that there was ever going to be a good time to sack Joe Burrow. But Myles Garrett gets the sack record here in Game 17. So 2nd and 16. That's great for Myles Garrett. Let's get back on with the game. Stupid shit. I mean, congrats. Myles Garrett is a freak. But it looked like Burrow might have taken a dive. I don't know. He went down really quick. Burrow, brother, if you're taking a dive now, I wish you would have done it in the first quarter. Burrow on 2nd and 16 gets it out to Chase Brown. Man, we can't get anybody open downfield, can we? I mean, no one's open downfield. We're just dinking and dunking. Yeah, that happened really quick. Third and 16. Burrow rolling out to his right. Now coming back left. He's trying to extend this play. Stepping up in the pocket. Throws downfield. Incomplete pass intended for Jamar Chase. No one can get open. And we're going to have to punt the ball away. We lost this game. Oh, my gosh. We lost this game, and we did not give up an offensive touchdown. We did not give up an offensive touchdown, and we still lost this game. We'll see. We got 3 timeouts. We'll see what happens. That's unbelievable, dude. Noah Fant, you're a bum. I can't believe that Joe Burrow has thrown 3 pick sixes this year in a half season. We've really... How many total yards of offense? They have, 120 yards of total offense? 150 total yards of offense. They had 27 at half. 29 yards at half. They've scored 3 points in the second half. It's all because of a Noah Fant fumble and a pick six. Tipped at the line. This is good. What did I need? We needed the Chiefs to win. If we lost, let me see if I can find it. Everything that we needed today. We needed the Dolphins to beat the Patriots, and we needed the Chiefs to beat the Raiders. We also, if we lose, want the Saints to win over the Falcons. Well, quick gander around the league. The other games aren't happening until 4. And the Saints are currently losing to the Falcons. So, reminder, if we lose, the Patriots win and the Raiders win, and the Falcons win, it's the worst case scenario for our drafting stock. So, that sack looks scripted. When it happened, I was a little suspicious, but it doesn't make any sense to do that in the fourth quarter. It doesn't make any sense to do that in the fourth quarter. Ah, man. Ashley Atkinson. Well, you're going to be very happy. If you're halfway hoping that Myles gets the sack record, you're going to be very, very happy. This is a Joe Burrow loss, Reed. Period. No, it's not. No, it's not. Doesn't matter who the Bengals pick. They will mess it up. I mean, they certainly haven't drafted well, which brings back to the point that we were just talking about a few minutes ago. Oh, man. I mean, yeah, Myles Garrett got to him in 2 seconds. It was just a weird play. Let's see if we can not allow the Browns to have a first down. Give us as much time as possible. Shedeur Sanders from the 9-yard line. I'm losing my voice here. Hands the ball off. It's going to be a gain of 3 yards. Sampson gets 3. It's going to be 2nd and 7. All right, 2nd and 7. 3:11 to play. Shedeur drops back to pass, and he will be swallowed up by the Bengals defense. A sack being brought down by Demetrius Knight. First one there was TJ Slayton. And the Bengals will call their first timeout with 2:59. It's going to be 3rd and 17. Third and 14. It's a great opportunity. I mean, they're just going to run the ball, right? They just got to, I mean, they'll run a screenplay. They'll run a screenplay, something to get easy, make sure the clock ticks, make sure that we use a timeout. Third and 14 here. Shedeur alone in the backfield. Scrambling off to his right. He'll hold on to it, keep it himself. Tries to get the first down. He's then going to be brought down 2 yards. They'll keep the clock rolling. It'll be 4th and 2. Shedeur gets 13 by his own feet. Our coaching staff is no better than the Browns coaching staff. You're right. I agree. Listen, I'm not a big Zac Taylor guy. I think I'm higher on Zac Taylor than most of you guys are, but I'm not a huge Zac Taylor guy. 4th and 1. Are they going to try and go for this? The Browns are not going for this. All right, sweet. So they will punt this one away. Punt is up. Fielded out at the 36-yard lines by Keyshawn Williams. He'll be tripped up at the 38. Touchdown wins it. Touchdown wins it. I don't have the energy to stand up anymore. .241 to play. Down 5. We've allowed 3 points to their offense. 0 points in the second half. That looks bad for the Bengals, Taylor, and Burrow. No doubt about it. Nah, there's absolutely no doubt about it. I was, before that pick 6 that gave them the lead, that we haven't had the lead since, the 7-6 lead, we had a lead at 6-0. We were down on the 5-yard line. I was talking about, hey, let's get this touchdown. Let's get another one. Let's get Joe Burrow out. Make sure he doesn't come out for the second half. And boy, oh boy, we haven't had the lead since. This game does suck. You know what, Nate? That's the best chat I've heard all day. This game sucks. This has not been a fun game. The Browns' offense is terrible. Shedeur Sanders is terrible. Kevin Stefanski is terrible. Their river catches on fire. They did some backhand deals to get the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland. Terrible. And meanwhile, our offense gives 2 defensive scores to them. Pick 6, ball tipped at the line. And Noah Fant, you bum. You bum. Your 3rd fumble for a scoop and score this season. I mentioned this. You want a stat? 34 catches for Noah Fant this season. 3 touchdowns. And 3 fumbles that have been returned for a touchdown. So you got like a 17% chance of Noah Fant catching a ball and the ball ending up a touchdown for either team. Robo Buck, of course. Love doing this. Taylor's halftime adjustments need to be adjusted. The thing about, I think I've heard enough professional football players or former coaches talk about halftime adjustments, and they all, pretty much all of them, universally say it's you get 10 minutes. And you got to think, it's 10 minutes or whatever it is, 15 minutes from the last snap to the first kickoff. And you got to think at least 5 of that is just getting to and fro the locker room. So you get 10 minutes, you go use the John, go get a Clementine, and you get ready for the second half. I don't think there's a whole lot of adjustments going on. Burrow drops back to pass here on 1st and 10. Drops it out to Drew Sample. Drew Sample, just the shyster that he is, just wiggling right through traffic. Gets a catch for 6 yards. Burrow takes the snap here on 2nd and 2, trying something downfield, and it's going to be dropped by Tee Higgins. So to 2nd and 2 to 3rd and 2. Eli, shout out Paxton. Shout out Paxton and the Bengals. You got a good family if he's a Bengals fan. I'm sorry, Paxton and Eli, that you are Bengals fans. It's not an easy life. 3rd and 2. Burrow takes the snap. Has time. Soft pass to Jamar Chase, who comes back and gets it. He's down at the 42-yard line. In their side of the field, that'll be the final play before the 2-minute warning. So it's going to be 1st and 10 from Cleveland's 42-yard line. Yeah, that was a really bad pass. Catching up on some. Thank you guys all for being here. Yeah, that was a duck. I can't. Craig just said Burrow laid down for Myles Garrett like Zach laid down this game. I cannot believe the two decisions that Zac Taylor made. And I think, listen, you guys have watched enough of this. When it comes, I think play calling is a very tired thing that fans talk about. Decision making, I think, is also equally a tired thing that fans talk about, because I think there's just so many things that happen throughout a game, and we always pinpoint the bad ones. But I'll say this: not going for it when he went for it earlier, 4th and 1 on their 45, and you punt away. Are you kidding me? And then not going for 2 once you score the touchdown to potentially tie up the game. I mean, that is hilarious, like truly hilarious. Me and Craig Sandlin will be in the postgame, so make sure to stay around for that, regardless of a Bengals win or loss. Regardless, the Bengals will finish 3rd in the AFC North this year. The schedule has already been out. We'll wrap up the season in our final stream. Make sure to give us a like. Let's see if Burrow can get it done, baby. It's been, you know what? I haven't had many games. It's been since the Bears game was the last close game that I got to do this live watch along for. Because last 2 weeks that we've done the live watch along, they've been bloodbaths. And the final one, the Bills game, I didn't do the watch along. I just did it down at Smoke Justice, just the post game. So it's been fun to do the live watch along for a close game, even with the torture that this game has presented. And by the way, the broadcast is back. That ugly ass escalator being right in front of the Roebling Bridge is such an ugly sight. I hate that escalator. That escalator, what a travesty to an otherwise hideous stadium. What a travesty. Still disagree with you on that. You expect, but if he makes the second one, we're down a point. The decision to go for 2 on the second one, we're down a point. What does that do? Burrow has to get rid of it. Too much pressure here on 1st and 10. All right, Reed, say something nice about Paycor. They used to serve Gold Star chili. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but this team has not made the postseason since they ended their thing with Gold Star. I'm just saying. Ever since they got rid of Gold Star at the stadium, they have not been good. And the seats are green because it's a jungle. 2nd and 10. Burrow, shotgun, 3 wide, looking for Tee Higgins, who jumps up and leaps over the cornerback, brings it down out the 26-yard line, 1st and 10. T. 1st and 10 from the 26-yard line. AJ, I got bad news for you. 1st and 10 from the 26. 4 wide. Burrow takes the snap. 1:50 to play. Looking over the middle of the field. Jamar Chase catches it. He's out at the 15, the 5, before being brought down over the middle of the field. Jamar Chase with a big play. And it's going to be 1st and goal. Burrow to Chase. Let's get in that end zone. We're out to the 4-yard line. And here the Browns will call a timeout. Jamar Chase sheds off 1 tackler before meeting the safety out at the 5. So do we run the ball? Do we throw the ball here? Do we make them use their timeouts? Just get in the end zone. And I'm going to warn you guys, unless we score on these first 2 plays, in fact, unless we score on this first play, I have a strong feeling that there's going to be a lot of chats in this chat about whatever play Zac Taylor calls. I'm just warning you, you guys aren't going to like it. If it doesn't get in on the first play, I'm just going to warn you. 3 wide for Burrow. Man to his right in the backfield. Takes the snap. We're throwing. Burrow looking for the back of the end zone. Finds Jamar Chase for the touchdown. Bengals with their first lead since the first quarter. Burrow to Jamar Chase. 1:29 remaining here in the fourth. And we're going to be going for 2. So we'll hold off on the singing. God, that's an elite. I mean, they're amazing. And that's holding too. That would have been defensive holding. I mean, I don't think they threw the flag, but that was defensive holding. Chase with the touchdown. Burrow with his 3rd touchdown of the game. 4th if you count the pick 6. Let's go! Going for 2 here. Make it a 3-point game. $1.29. Plenty of time for Shaduki, Poo-Poo Sanders. Plenty of time for Shaduki, Poo-Poo Sanders to turn it over. Here comes the 2-point attempt. And the play clock will start now. We're 2 for 4 this season on 2-point conversions. 3 wide. Man to his right. Drew Sample split out. Takes the snap. We're throwing. Looking over the middle of the field. Pass was going for Mike Gesicki. Is deflected. Field goal wins this game by Grant Delpit. So Grant Delpit deflects the pass to Mike Gesicki. Joe was off today. I'll say that, guys. Joe was off. I think he still put a pretty good game together, but he was off. Think about this. Think about how blessed we are here in Cincinnati that 29 for 39, a passer rating of 104, 3 touchdowns, 236 yards, and a pick. And we're like, he was off today, wasn't he? 142 yards rushing. Offense played well, other than the pick 6 and the fumble. Jamar Chase finishes with 8 receptions, 96 yards. But I guess the game's not over yet. Oh, yeah. Got to sing. Hear them Bengals growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling. Lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Run passer boot. And defensively, he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win a game for Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Cincinnati. We got a team right here in town. Ain't going to never let us down. Who they? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Nobody. Let's go. Don't let them get in field goal range, says Steely. That would be the objective. It would be really nice if we did not let them get into field goal range. Browns will start with the ball at the 29-yard line. 1:23 to play. They have 2 timeouts. Shedeur Sanders has a trips package to the open side of the field. Man to his right. Takes the snap. Peers to his left, looks over and throws one into the turf, was trying to just dump it down to his running back. It's going to be 2nd and 10. Second and 10. The Bengals have never let me down. AJ. 1:19 to play. And he is brought down by Cam Samples. Shedeur Sanders tries to step up and scramble away, and he's brought down by Cam Sample. So it's going to be 3rd and 12. Clock is running. They're not using their timeouts. 2 timeouts to play. It's going to be 3rd and 10. Under a minute. Shedeur steps up. Looks downfield. Finds a man. And it's going to be completed for the first down. Isaiah Bond with the catch. A Geno Stone pick would be an awesome way to end this season. Truly. Our final memory of Geno Stone would be awesome. But if it's more Geno Stone's career, he'll probably let a guy go for 80 yards. 1st and 10 from the 49. Shedeur Sanders looks over the middle of the field and throws one into the turf. 45 seconds to play here, 2nd and 10. "45 seconds now. Shedeur takes the snap, peers over to his left, gets it out to Sampson, the running back, who's going to go out of bounds short of the line to gain. It's going to be 3rd and 1, but they're about 10 yards away from a try. They're on Cincinnati's 49-yard line. I think if they get 5 yards, they can at least give it a shot. They still have 2 timeouts, so this is going to get dicey. 10 yards to the 40-yard line. 9 yards, really, and that gives them a 58-yard field goal. 3rd and 1. Shedeur drops back. Looks over the middle of the field. Has a man that brings it in, and they've got beyond the field goal line. 38. Almost drops it. Jerry Jeudy is brought down by Dax Hill, and Dax Hill is banged up. I mean, this is... someone help me out here. Someone help me out and remind me this season. We have 6 wins. Remind me this season if there's a time that we needed a stop to win the game. And we've gotten it. Because maybe one of those first 2 games, but our last 4 wins, we dominated last 2 weeks. We dominated the Ravens, and we dominated the Steelers. And there's been, 3 times where we needed to stop and haven't got it. Jets, Bears, and it's looking like this one. And we don't convert on a single PAT. Score 3 touchdowns, 18 points. Missed 2 extra points. And miss a 2-point conversion. I mean, this is, just a laughing stock. I mean, are you kidding me? I'm saying, like, in winning time. I'm saying, like, we needed 1 stop to win the game, and the defense comes up to just stop it, close the door. I'm not talking about how well the defense played throughout the entire. I'm talking about in the final 4 minutes, have we gotten, because this has happened now 3 times. It happened a lot last year, too. They hand the ball off. Sampson gets tripped up, gains 2 yards. So they're just going to run the ball twice to get in field goal range. And Shedeur's terrible, guys. If you think Shedeur, I'm sorry to the Browns fans. You know what, Browns, if you guys want to believe that he's a good quarterback, he's terrible. He is booty cheeks. 2nd and 8. Browns have 1 timeout. 24 seconds. What are they going to do? They're going to run the ball here? Browns are going with a different kicker. They rostered 2 kickers. What is this franchise, man? 2nd and 8. Shedeur takes the snap, drops back to pass. Looking downfield for the end zone, has a man open, and it's just out of reach. Trying for Isaiah Bond, could not connect. Trying to end the game there right then and there. Leaves it too far on the inside of the field. Isaiah Bond beat his man. Golly. So you're going to run the ball here on 3rd and 8. I got to think they're going to run the ball, get to whatever side of the field they want, and try to kick the field goal. They hand the ball off to Sampson, and Sampson's going to get 4 yards out to the 32-yard line. So it's going to be a 50-yard field goal. And here he is. Andre, I don't even know how to pronounce his last name. What does it matter? Schmidt. 4th and 3. He's made 1 field goal today. Has made 2 extra points. It's a 49-yard field goal attempt from the left hash mark. Me and Craig Sandlin will bring you the action right away following this field goal attempt. Snap is good. The kick is through the uprights. There is a flag on the field. There's a flag on the field. Whoa. What's the call? What's the call? They're talking. Myles Murphy tried to hop to center. It's going to be on the Bengals. That's the end of the game. It's 2018. That's the end of the game. And the Bengals fall to 6-11. So the field goal is made. Bengals lose 20-18 on a game where they did not allow an offensive touchdown to the Cleveland Browns. We'll have the post-game coverage from me in a joyous mood that I am, and Craig Sandlin coming right up. Craig, if you can just throw the graphic, we won't do the intro. Whoa. And welcome in here.
Boo! Boo! Boo!
What a game for
Boo!
What a game for your guy, Craig. What a game for your guy, Zac Taylor, who, I mean, what a weird effing game. And the Bengals lose 2018, several decisions throughout this one that don't make a lick of sense. The Bengals defense played pretty good, I thought, for the most part. I mean, obviously dropped there in the final drive. And the Bengals, I was just thinking about this. I don't know the last time the Bengals have ever, in the last 2 years, the defense has gotten a stop in those final 2 minutes. Beside the point here, Bengals drop to 6-11 on the season, which in turn, I guess, helps their potential draft. But, man, it would have been nice to beat the Browns for one last time, and especially a game that the Bengals were trying to win, Craig. I'll hand over the reins to you unless you just want to keep booing, because I'm cool with booing, too, if you want to do that.
Boo!
Boo! All right.
Look, this has been the conversation all week. Why bother to play Joe Burrow, to play Tee Higgins, to play Jamar Chase, to play Chase Brown, if you're not even going to coach to win the game? Zac Taylor started early in this one showing that he wasn't coaching to win the game. He was running the ball a lot, which is fine. We get mad at him a lot overthrowing in most games anyway, but like clearly not a traditional game plan. He goes and has that 4th and 1 at the plus 45-yard line and decides to take a delay of game penalty and punt it away. Trash decision there. Just the entire game managed as if he wasn't interested in winning this game, despite the fact that he had his starters playing in that entire game. It just didn't make any sense. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ball, the Cleveland Browns very clearly were playing for their head coach, a head coach that is expected not to be back with the team after tomorrow's Black Monday. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I wish I could sit here and say that was the last time we're going to see Zac Taylor as the head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals, but all reports are that he will be back next year. It just doesn't make any sense to me, Reed. I'm beyond frustrated. I've been booing since that 4th and 1 punt, and I'll just keep on booing throughout the entire post-game show. Boo!
Well, it's weird because it's not only that, not only that decision, that chicken shit, as I called it, and cowardly decision to not go for it. Because, the reason we're saying that is because what do you have to lose, brother? I mean, you're trying to win. You have the much better team. You're at home. You're on their plus side of the field. Their defense is playing great. Just go. Just go. There's literally not a single decision leaning the other way. Just go. But they don't. And what do they do later? They score in the final 2 minutes to make it 14-12, and they don't go for the 2-point conversion there either. They try points, which, I don't know. I guess if you're trying to win in a game that doesn't mean anything, just be a little more aggressive. And it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense, Craig. And maybe this franchise, I should stop trying to make sense out of this franchise because none of it makes sense for the most part. But it's just so gosh darn frustrating to where, yeah, it's probably in the long run going to work out that you lost this game. You're already locked into your schedule for the next year. You put yourself in a better chance to get a better draft pick. And who knows? We might be looking in 10 years, and the difference between the 8th draft pick and the 11th draft pick is a big deal. and you get a much better player because of it. So where this actually works out. But here in the moment, it just doesn't make a lick of sense. And he's coming back. Zach's coming back. And I think I'm more positive about Zach than you are, and most of the people watching this show right now are. But he's just so gosh darn frustrating. And in a game that you're at the casino and you're playing with fun money, right? There's just who cares about this money anymore, right? Because the season's over, the schedule's intact. You're going to have your job next year. You're not playing for anything. In fact, the only thing you really should be playing for is to protect Joe Burrow, and you're not just being aggressive. It doesn't. I'll let you get into the game unless you have more points. It's just I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, just real quick. I mean, obviously you touched on draft position just for the afternoon slate in case you're interested. We're going into this week and the very clear rooting decisions. We want the Dolphins to beat the Patriots this afternoon, and we want the Chiefs to beat the Raiders this afternoon. Obviously, the Bengals losing, we would have preferred the Saints to beat the Falcons, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen there at the 2-minute warning. Saints do have the ball, but they trailed 19-10 in that one. So, no, I don't have a whole lot else. Let's get into the final stats and how we got to where we are today, but go ahead.
I was just going to say this. I see someone in the chat before we get to the final stats. I see someone in the chat, and a few people. Why didn't the Bengals run the ball and try to get the clock down? Listen, if the Bengals would have ran into a brick wall 2 to 3 straight times, you guys would be sitting here mad too. So, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't in that situation. Yeah, the perfect outcome didn't happen, but they threw the ball to Jamar Chase and they scored to take the lead with 1:30 against a terrible offense. You feel pretty confident in that, even with the terrible defense. So you just get in the end zone. I'll let you get into the final stats. I just wanted to say that before I lost that train of thought.
No, it's all good. Appreciate it. Let's get into it real quick. Do a quick rundown of how we got to where we are. If you do want to take a bathroom break, Reed, I don't know if it's a super long one today, but nonetheless, we'll get into the final stats for us. Bengals force a Shedeur Sanders fumble on the Browns' first drive. Offense take over at the Browns' 29. Ultimately punch it in on a 4-yard screen pass to Chase Brown. McPherson extra point was blocked. Bengals led 6-0. After a Browns 3-and-out, the Bengals drive 60-plus yards, but a Burrow pass is tipped to the line and picked off at the goal line and taken to the house by Devin Bush to give the Browns a 7-6 lead. On the ensuing drive, Noah Fant fumbled and the ball was picked up by the Browns, returned for a second straight defensive touchdown, and the Browns then led 14-6. Bengals faced a 4th and 1 from the Browns 44, but Zac Taylor chooses to take the delay of game and punts the ball away. Teams trade multiple punts before the Bengals take over with 4:41 to play in the half. Bengals drive 79 yards in 9 plays, eating up 4 minutes and 12 seconds, capping it off with the 13-yard touchdown pass from Joe Burrow to Tee Higgins, who made a one-handed grab while drawing the pass interference flag. Taylor chooses to kick the extra point instead of going for 2, and McPherson misses it. Bengals trail 14-12 at the half. Browns get the ball out of the half, put together their first solid drive of the game, ending in a 27-yard field goal and a 17-12 lead. Bengals and Browns then trade punts, and with less than 5 minutes remaining, Myles Garrett blew past Orlando Brown Jr., and Joe Burrow put forth what we'll call minimal effort to escape as Garrett earned his NFL record 23rd sack of the season. Bengals ended up punting on the drive. They'd get the ball back with 2:41 to play, cap off a 7-play, 61-yard drive with a Jamar Chase touchdown in the back corner of the end zone, giving the Bengals an 18-17 lead. 2-point conversion was no good. With 1:23 to go, the Browns take over and Shedeur Sanders throws for 33 yards to get them into field goal range. Andre Schmidt connects on a 49-yard field goal as time expires, giving the Browns a 20-17 win. Joe Burrow, 29 of 39 for 236 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. Chase Brown, 72 yards on the ground. He eclipsed 1,000 yards on the ground for the season. Also had that receiving touchdown. Jamar Chase, 8 for 96 and a touchdown. Tee Higgins, 6 for 67 and a touchdown. In the Browns defense, 2 touchdowns, 1 fumble, and 1 interception. Reed, I have to ask before we get into it. Did Joe Burrow take a dive?
No, he didn't take a dive. He went down quick. He went down very fast. But the reason, let me say this. If he does that in the first quarter, I think I'm on board. But in that time, fourth quarter, 5 minutes to play, just got a first down. I don't know, maybe the fact that he stepped up makes it also seem like it is. So he was trying to minimize it. I don't know.
It just room to escape off to the left, Reed. He had room. Every other play that Joe Burrow makes, he's escaping. I think the fact that it was in the fourth quarter actually might be the reason he dove, because he knew time was running out for Myles Garrett to get the sack record. And so he takes the dive, he gives Myles Garrett his record, and he walks off to live another day instead of trying to fight for his life like I think he normally would. I mean, we saw a play just a few minutes earlier where he was scrambling away, looked over his shoulder, saw Myles Garrett running after him, and made sure he got past the line of scrimmage to pick up some yards and not give him the sack on that play. He absolutely took a dive on that play. He had room to escape. He chose not to.
I'm choosing... But before all the facts that you have laid out in front of me, which are good facts, it's a good argument, I am choosing to be ignorant, and I will choose to believe that he did not take a dive, because I think in that situation, I think that Joe was trying to win. And, I don't think that he was trying to do Myles Garrett any favors, unless they made some sort of backhand deal and be like, hey, next year, if you get a free lick on me, you got to at least like yell before you get there so I can get rid of it. Like you got to miss me on purpose next year if you get a free hit on me. So maybe they had a back end deal, but no, I don't think that he took a dive. You can believe that our sweet prince is a cheater and deliberately tries to get opponents of rivals records. I choose not to believe that.
All I'm saying is it didn't look that much different than when Brett Favre took his dive for Michael Strahan. That's all I'm saying.
Time out. The
Pull
Brett
it up
Favre
on Twitter, dude.
The Brett Favre dive, he ran right into Michael Strahan and then laid down. Joe at least was trying to, I don't know, there are some similarities. Are you telling me that Joe Burrow is going to defraud Athens in like 15, 20 years? The state of Ohio and Athens and trying to is we're gonna get some story about Joe Burrow sending some pictures unsolicited to some females here soon? Is that what we're going to be getting into? Is Joe going to retire 3 times? And I don't know. Are we going down that path?
No. All I'm saying is that Orlando Brown Jr. clearly he was speed rushed by Myles Garrett on the outside. Joe Burrow had plenty of room to escape underneath Myles Garrett in that scenario, chose not to. Read into it all you want, Reed. All I'm saying is that it surely looked to me like that was not the best Joe Burrow effort that I've ever seen. And we'll leave it at that.
Fair enough.
Unless you have some other. All right. Let's talk about the defense today, Reed. And you were talking about something that I think is worth mentioning real quick is when you really need it from this Bengals defense, when is the last time that they got you that stop on a final drive in order to be able to win the game? And I have an answer for you, and it's definitely not this year. You look at the games that the Bengals won this year. We start in week 1. Bengals beat the Browns 17-16. Bengals went up in that game in the third quarter. So did they need a final drive to hold it? Not necessarily. The last several drives for the Browns in that game, they turned it over in downs. They punted. They missed a field goal, which would have given them the lead. And then the Bengals got an interception before the end of the game. So maybe not in that one. The Bengals and Jaguars game, the Bengals took a lead with a touchdown with 18 seconds left in that game. So the Bengals defense really only had to hold for 18 seconds, one play, negative 10 yards, not giving them that one. The Pittsburgh game was the only other game that was really close in terms of a win. Bengals get a field goal in that one with 7 seconds left. So the Bengals defense didn't have to do anything. Oh, by the way, that's after the Bengals defense gave up a touchdown on a 68-yard touchdown pass to Pat Freiermuth the drive prior. So do I have an answer on when the last time the Bengals defense actually got a stop in a fourth quarter drive that mattered? No. I do know it wasn't this year.
Last year's final game, the Bengals up 19-17. Steelers have the ball with 2 minutes to play, and they get Russell Wilson to not score. They get him to turn it over on downs. So it was the final game of last year is the correct answer there. But that just goes to the point where, yes, the defense had shown strides multiple times this year, and for the most part, I think they played okay today against a poor offense. But time and time again, they've just not fit the bill. And maybe it's just a water coming to its level from back in the playoff runs where it seemed like this defense was nails every single time we asked them to be. But it's just been a long time where it feels like every time we take the lead, hold your breath because it's going to get worse.
Yeah. Now on the other side of the ball, obviously today they give up that drive at the end to give up the touchdown when or the field goal when they really needed a stop. We'll look back at the Jets game, obviously the 39-38 loss. The Bengals defense gave up a touchdown with about a minute 54 to go in that game. So that was a chance for a last second stop by the defense. They didn't get it there. We look at the Bears game, and obviously they gave up that long touchdown at the end of that one to
Colston Loveland.
Who was that to? Colston Loveland. Thank you. So didn't get the stop in that one. Long story short, when the Bengals defense was needed to step up, they just didn't do it. Now, that doesn't mean that the Bengals defense hasn't played better of late. I will give them that. I do think that the Bengals defense has played better of late, and I think that Al Golden will be back in 2026. But nonetheless, I thought they played really well again today, certainly well enough to win, really only hold the Browns offense to 6 points on the day, the 2 touchdowns obviously coming on the defensive side of the ball for the Browns. So you've got to be somewhat encouraged by the way the Bengals defense ended the season. There's a lot of talk around the rookie linebackers and their performance as the season wound down. I think Barrett Carter and Demetrius Knight Jr. both played better as the season went on. But still not enough. Bengals offense kind of floundered. What are your thoughts on the defense in this one?
The defense played well, right? You hold a team regardless of if they don't have some of their key players like a Harold Fannin, and regardless, I think Shedeur Sanders isn't very good. I know he had the game-winning drive, but he made too many plays today that you're just like, what the heck is that throw? You hold an opposing team to 200 yards. You can't get upset about that. In fact, we allowed 6 points. The defense allowed 6 points. So they played well. They played well. And in fact, they've played well ever since the Patriots game, I'd say. Yeah, there's a half there where they probably didn't play up to the level. I'm not saying they're the 85 Bears, but they've played better and they've shown improvement. I mentioned this before. It scares me a little bit that I think that the Bengals are going to talk themselves into keeping around or not going out and getting a linebacker and letting Barrett Carter and Demetrius Knight start next year. It scares me that they're going to just roll the dice on Joseph. Not roll the dice. They're just going to bring back Joseph. Like, that scares me, the fact that they have played better. But you do have to, if you're searching for solace, if you're searching for something to hang your hat on, it's that they did show improvement as the season went on. It's that they did for the first 10 weeks of the year, they looked like the worst team in the history of this sport. And since then, they've looked like a team that you can win a division around. They look like a defense that you could compete in the postseason with, especially with the offense when they're firing on all cylinders. So, yeah, they played really well today. They obviously didn't get the stop in the final 2 minutes, which is what it is. I guess I think I read that it cemented that we have a top 10 pick, which is nice. The loss cements that we have a top 10 pick, so I'll take that. Makes me feel better. But I thought the defense, they played well. They were playing better. Myles Murphy, he's played better. Demetrius Knight, I thought, played pretty well today. Yeah, I thought the defense played well. I don't know what to say. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought they did too. I think you're right. I'm pretty sure that they're cemented in the top 10 in terms of.
It's either 9 or 10 from what I've seen, right?
Okay. Yeah, which makes sense.
If the Chiefs lose, we get the 10th. If they win, we get the 9th.
Okay. So
that's where I'm reading through it.
Root accordingly. Super chat in from KP from KC. Got Zacked again. Major league in real life. And we have a little post-game quote from our friend Zach when asked about being able to close out games. And obviously we just talked about some scenarios where the Bengals weren't able to close out games late, giving up late scores. And here's what Zac Taylor had to say about being able to close out games. He said, quote, "That's something we're going to have to look at. To sit here today and give you that answer is challenging. If we had the answer, we would have pulled it out today." Thanks for the insight, Zach. Appreciate that. And it's worth talking about. We obviously have talked about it already, but there's no doubt that this Bengals team has struggled to close out games. There's been no doubt that this Bengals team has struggled to really finish games for a number of years. And I think part of that is interesting play calling decisions by Zac Taylor towards the end of games. He makes some interesting decisions as it pertains to how quickly he scores sometimes or how quickly he doesn't score sometimes. Just interesting. I don't have a lot of stats around it just yet, but we obviously talked a lot about scenarios that have happened, and certainly something that we'll keep an eye on. Another thing I want to chat about, Reed, is just the offense today. I felt like it was extremely boring. They end up with 346 total yards, 364 total yards, 200 and wrong page. 236 for Burrow, 142 on the ground. Just like in general, just didn't feel very explosive. Majority of Burrow's passes were short, a lot of checkoffs, checkdowns. Didn't really feel explosive or fun. They had one play where they kind of had some fun where they put an offensive lineman in motion and then threw a screen pass to Jamar Chase. But like other than that, not a whole lot of excitement today. Obviously didn't put a ton of points on the board. And obviously Ryan Rico ends up punting 5 times today in a pretty classic, I guess, if you want to say, AFC North showdown.
It's the final game of the year. And even though he said all week, we're trying to win, we're going to play everyone to win, I think we knew that even saying all that in a game that doesn't mean anything, you're not going to reveal the whole playbook. You're going to take it nice and simple. You're going to take plays that you feel confident and really limit it. And that's what they did. And I'll say this, they ran the ball probably better today than they had all year, averaged 5.7 yards a carry. Both Samaje and Chase Brown did very, very well out of the backfield. So that was nice to see, and it was uninventive at times. But, yeah, they just didn't get it done. And they should have had at least 6 more points up on the board, right? The 95-yard pick six. They should have gone for it in the deep in the 45 or on the 45-yard line, because it really didn't feel like this offense ever was lackluster until the third quarter, because every drive either ended in a touchdown. Well, every drive did either end in a touchdown in the first half, but sometimes from us, and then that punt that they had. So into the third quarter, it was pretty good. I will say this about Joe. His stat line at the end of it, 29, 39, 240, 3 touchdowns, had a 104 passer rating. It's pretty good. It's about standard for Joe Burrow. I feel like he was a little off. I felt like there were several passes that he threw, like the one-handed catch from Jamar Chase. The 2-point conversion from Mike Gesicki wasn't as crisp as we've seen. And I know I'm grading Joe on a much better curve because he's Joe Burrow, but I felt like he was a little off compared to his normal talents. And I know everyone in the chat's probably going to run with that because they like to blame everything on Joe. Joe's unbelievable, but I feel like he was still a tad off today, which I'm not mad about because it's week 18 in a game that doesn't matter. But did you think he was off at all, or do you think I'm being a little too critical?
I just don't think that there was a whole lot of inspiration to take chances today. It just felt very safe to me. Like outside of the one deep ball down the right sideline to T that I think he underthrew a little bit. Like, I just don't really think I saw a whole lot of risk taking today. You know?
Well,
like I just think it was a very safe game plan, a very safe execution. And I think ultimately someone said it in the chat during the game is, after that first hit on that first drive, like maybe that was just hey, let's make sure we get out of here safe. Let's make sure we're not
That's a good point.
Doing anything to potentially like ruin next season, right? Like maybe that was maybe not a conversation, but maybe that was going through Joe's head. And at the end of the day, the Browns, with all due respect, have a very good pass rush. Myles Garrett obviously just broke the NFL sack record. They have multiple guys across that front seven that can get pressure on the quarterback. And it felt, quite frankly, like they were getting a lot of pressure on the quarterback throughout today's game. So it could have just been one of those scenarios where, hey, we're just going to take what the defense gives us. I saw during the week of talking about the Browns and how they really stopped the run by rushing the pass, right? Like their focus is on trying to get to the quarterback and trying to rush the pass. And if they happen to stop the run in the course of doing so, then so be it. But otherwise they're going to leave it to their linebackers and their back seven to be able to do that. Versus, today you saw them getting after the quarterback a lot. Joe Burrow still threw the ball 39 times.
Right.
Ultimately, I just think it was just a pretty safe game plan. A lot of the passes that he had were short passes. And, he ends the day with 6.1 yards per attempt versus his regular season average of 7.2. Not that sounds like anything crazy, but over the course of a game, it matters. And just felt like in general, it was a very boring, safe offense. And it goes back to the conversation around him going down for Myles Garrett. Like, could he have escaped? Yeah, maybe. And I certainly think that if this game mattered more, he probably would have given a different effort to do that, but it didn't. And ultimately his goal was to get out safe. And I think ultimately for a Bengals fan, that would be my number one takeaway from today. The game didn't matter. Joe Burrow and everybody else got out healthy, and we move on to 2026.
To your point about playing it safe, that was alarming because with their cornerbacks out, Denzel Ward wasn't there. I think they're starting – I forget who their second cornerback is, but he wasn't there, and they didn't try downfield. And you're looking at 29 completions for Burrow. Well, Chase Brown had 4. Samaje Perine had 3. Noah Fant had 1. Drew Sample had 3. At least, 3 of Jamar Chase's were just right out of the backfield. So – I can't do quick math, but out of those 29, probably half of them are just coming from, check downs or passes in the flats and whatnot. So yeah, that's a fair concern. It was vanilla. It was vanilla. And it
was very vanilla.
As crappy
as Denzel Ward and Tyson Campbell both missed a majority of the game with injuries. So you're going up against guys like Sam Webb and D'Angelo Ross.
Yeah, and we saw when push came to shove, Jamar got open, right? I don't even know if Tee Higgins has to get open. You kind of just throw the ball up to Tee Higgins and you see him come down with it. But like when push come to shove, like, all right, we got to throw it to Jamar. Like, let's get some time. We'll put some extra pressure back there. And you actually saw that multiple times. I don't know if you noticed that, but like they kept two guys, like Samaje Perine and Drew Sample were back there to protect Joe just because they felt pretty confident in getting the ball to Jamar as the game kind of dwindled down. But yeah, it was vanilla. I don't care. I've simmered down from as mad as I was right when the game ended because now I realize it's in the grand scheme of things, it's probably for the best that we lost that game. It's probably for the best, as crappy as it feels at this very moment. And the only thing I guess I would have really liked out of that win would have been to say that we went 4-2 in the division this season. I don't know why I was holding on to that, but that would have been nice to say. Now we finished 3-3 with a split to each of the teams in the division. So I don't know what to say about the offense other than the fact is time out. What about Noah Fant? What about Noah Fant's season? I kept saying this stat.
Noah
Fant? These are all stats in my brain, right? He had 34 catches this year. 3 were touchdowns for us. 3 were touchdowns for the other team. 6 out of 34 catches for Noah Fant ended in touchdowns. Like, that is crazy. And we've talked about this before. I was pro bringing back Noah Fant. I liked the way he kind of helped our offense at times. But, man, 3 fumbles that are returned at 3 different points in the season, I mean, that might be the end of Noah Fant's career. I'm being completely honest when I say that. Like, that is crazy that happened 3 different times this year. And it looked like he wasn't even trying to do anything with the ball. Like, he, turned his body to the side and it just dropped out. Noah Fant, God bless you. Thank you for your service. You better not be in stripes next year.
Couple stats for you, Reed.
Okay, sling them.
I'll start with this one. There have been 3 games this year in the entire NFL in which a team had a fumble return touchdown and a pick 6 for a touchdown in the game. All 3 of them against the Bengals. Week 3 against the Vikings, week 11 against the Steelers, week 18 against the Browns. Shout out to John Breach for that stat. Appreciate that one. I'll also throw out this one. Noah Fant had 1 career fumble entering this season.
Really?
1.
Really?
Gives up 3 fumble 6s. Not a good season for Noah Fant. Shout out to Charlie Goldsmith for that one. Shout out to Charlie Clifford for this one. I got one. Hold on a second. I'm not done, Reed.
Sorry, I keep trying to interrupt you.
Bengals offense has allowed 9 touchdowns this season. 63 points this year. Actually, 65 points this year that they've allowed. I can't do math. What is it? 64 points. Whatever. Charlie Clifford, appreciate you. 9th touchdown, plus they gave up a safety. A lot of points given up by this Bengals offense. I know there's a lot of conversation around that. There's been some pick 6s. There's been some balls tipped at the line that have gone for pick 6s. There have been fumbles that have gone for pick 6s. That's certainly something that has to be considered. And then final one, this one from Josh Kirkendall. Bengals in their entire history have had 6 games where they've given up a pick 6 and a fumble return for a touchdown. Of those 6, 3 of them have happened this season. All 3 fumbles were lost and returned for touchdowns by Noah Fant. So
that's crazy.
Shout out to this Bengals offense, giving the opposing team plenty of points throughout the course of the season. Obviously, the Vikings game got away because of the points you gave up.
Right.
The Steelers game got away because of points you gave up. So as much as we want to rag on this defense, we still also have to spend some time talking about the offense and the points that gave up on offense to the opposing team that ultimately paved the way for losses. And it starts obviously with today's game against the Browns. 2 defensive touchdowns for the Browns today, ends up with a 20-18 Browns win.
Listen, I'll say this. While those are all alarming stats, they happened with 3 different quarterbacks, right? The 3 games that you mentioned happened with Jake Browning for the Vikings, Joe Flacco, and then Joe Burrow did this one. And Joe Burrow's thrown what now? 2 pick 6s? Is that 3 pick 6s this season? Mm-hmm. Regardless.
I think 2. Yeah.
Regardless, I don't have the mental space have the heart to worry about, oh, is our offense giving up too many points? Like, is our offense turning the ball over that are leading to easy scores too frequently? Because there are so many bigger problems on this team to where, like, if that was the difference between us being the 1 seed and the 2 seed, that's a serious conversation. But at this point, that is a problem, the points that we've given up this year, although half of it goes out the window once you get rid of Noah Fant. That is a serious problem, but it's one that I'm not worried about simply because I think there's just more important things. Let me ask you this, Craig. When it comes to Joe Burrow as your quarterback, obviously everyone's concern when it comes to Joe Burrow, I think, is the best quarterback in the league. Everyone's number one concern in Cincinnati land when it comes to him is, can he be healthy or not? That's the number one concern. It should be your number one concern. If you have another concern other than that, you're clueless. You're an idiot. Is your second concern behind his health his turning the ball over? Because now we've seen those pick sixes. Now we've seen, I know last year there were several times where he fumbled the ball against the Chiefs and the Ravens when it was kind of winning time, or had the interception against the Ravens at home last year. Like, are the turnovers, him holding onto the ball, is that a concern for you for Joe? Because it's not for me. It's not for me. I don't know if it is for you.
Listen, I'm so jaded at this point, Reed, and you know this, right? Like, I'm very jaded on a lot of things. Am I worried about a guy who just last year threw 9 interceptions in a full season, only threw 5 interceptions this year over the course of 7 games? No, I'm not necessarily worried about the turnovers. What I am worried about,
there were some fumbles in there.
There were fumbles in there as well. Yeah. But I think those are kind of
fluky. Okay.
Fluky. Yeah. Quarterback fumbles are typically pretty fluky. What I'll say is this. I continue to feel like Zac Taylor doesn't put Joe Burrow in the best position to win games. And that's what it all comes down to for me, is that you look at this team, and this offense is so prolific, but I feel like time and time again, the lack of a balanced offense, and not necessarily talking about today in general. Obviously they ran the ball a lot today, but just in general over the course of the career, a lack of balanced offense, a lack of investment on the offensive line. This year was Joe Burrow's best offensive line that he's had, and it included a guy in Dalton Risner who they signed after the season started. Right. They continue to not invest on the defensive side of the ball. And so all of these things are adding up to not putting Joe Burrow in the best position to win football games. And it starts with the play calling. It has to do with everything that goes into it. But I don't know how much of that, I mean, I know how much some of it is, but like, this is how Joe Burrow wants to play football. Like, he kind of plays with that reckless abandon every single week, with the exception of today when he took a dive for Myles Garrett. But it is who he is. Like, I don't think that's going to change. I think if you give Joe Burrow the opportunity, he's going to throw the ball 50 times a game almost every single week. It's just who he is. And so when you ask about like what my concern is, it's just like, we talked about it when Joe Flacco was in there. It just felt like that offense had so much more balance and really opened up the passing game for Joe Flacco in terms of having a running game and having a play action and all of these things that went into it, versus when Joe Burrow came back, that just all of that was gone. And I think that's the part that really frustrates me, is like calling the game one way when Joe Flacco's there, calling the game another way when Joe Burrow's there. I just don't think that they're putting Joe Burrow in the best position to win. And at some point, someone's got to step up and be like, I'm the head coach. We're going to do this. And I know that you might not like it, but this is what we're going to do.
That's a fair point. And I'll say this before I get into that. My number one concern after his health is the passes getting deflected at the line of scrimmage. That drives me nuts. That was a problem early in his career, and it's appearing to become a problem once again. But we've talked about this before. When it comes to When Joe Flacco started, you said, and I agreed with you, that you hope that Joe Burrow can learn how to go under center or want to do it more, and we have this more balanced offense. And I think that we see that. And I think that there is a conscious effort from the Bengals to do that until, like you see Joe Burrow go under center a lot more now than he did early in his career, until things get a little dicey and they just go to what's comfortable. Which is, all right, well, 4 wide, 1 guy in the backfield. Let's see the entire field. So you are right. That's something that's going to need to continue to grow with Joe. At the current moment, there's pretty clearly a conscious effort to attempt to do that, to go under center, to play a little more play action, to do all those things. But as this is right now, anytime things get, all right, we've got to get a big play, or all right, this is a big moment, they just go to what's comfortable instead of relying on what they're trying to build by going under center, and they drop them back in shotgun, and they go 4 wide, and then they just air it out once again and tell, hey, Joe, go be Superman, and a lot of the times he does, and it's, there's a reason that you tell him to go be Superman. So you're right. I think they are going to continue to do it. I just hope that eventually it becomes more of a regular part of their game and not just something that they're trying to do. Because that's where they're at. They're just trying to do it right now.
I think the whole conversation plays a little bit into Diana Rossini's report from this week. And if you didn't see it, I know we talked about it on the pregame show, but I'll bring it up real quick just to share with those people in the post game and in the podcast. Diana Rossini reported yesterday that Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow has been a consistent voice of support for Coach Zac Taylor within the organization, as have receivers Jamar Chase and Tee Higgins. Cincinnati ownership has made it clear they value Burrow's perspective. Taylor appears to be safe. Now, Zac Taylor was asked about this in the postgame press conference, Reed, and he talked about how much time and effort they put into those relationships and all the time that they spend with these players talking about game planning and all of these things. And I just think it's great to have that relationship with your quarterback. It really is. But at the same time, if you're allowing your quarterback to dictate your game plan versus your scouting and your philosophies, that's not necessarily a recipe for success in my eyes. And so I love that Zac Taylor has a good relationship with Joe Burrow. It may in fact be the reason that Zac Taylor is still the head coach in Cincinnati, but it's also one of the big reasons why I think that he probably shouldn't be. And that is because I just think he lacks the spine sometimes to really be the head coach versus being a player's friend or being a culture builder, as we've talked about time and time again.
Which is why I've said this, and some people have said this a little too harsh, and I think you've agreed with. It's why we say the phrase, like, we want an adult in the room. Like, we want someone in there that I don't need a guy to go in there and bust skulls. Like, I don't need to have like some gristled guy. I want a person that can, create those authentic relationships, because that's where everything is built, is through relationships. But I also want people to be like, hey, I know you're part of the reason I get to cash my checks here, Joe. So we'll just let you do what you want to do. I want someone that'll be like, no, this is how we do things around here, and not just let Joe kind of run his way, which is why I said last offseason when Joe's going on podcasts saying like, hey, I want to re-sign Mike Gesicki and re-sign Tee Higgins, why I said, this isn't a good sentiment to have. This isn't good. This isn't how, great teams run things, is just letting your quarterback run it. I mean, LeBron James has had an incredible career. He's done a lot of losing because he's kind of ran the team too at times. I want this player, and not put himself, no one stood up to him and be like, no, LeBron, that's not what we're doing. And that's what I'm afraid of here in Cincinnati, is that we're just going to let Joe kind of run his words. I want Joe to be able to speak his mind, and I want us to have I want it to have weight in the organization. I want when Joe's to say something, it have weight. I don't want it to be the veto. I don't want it to be the final say. I don't want it to have the most weight in the organization. Like, I want there to be adults in those rooms. And right now, I'm not sure that there are, simply put.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. I think it's interesting. I'm not gonna get into that. Never mind. There was a quote from Zac talking about after the Myles Garrett sack, how they stopped the game for Myles Garrett and how he was frustrated with that. I don't know if I want to get into that today, Reed. I really don't. Like, No,
there was a
I'm not gonna
similar
get into it.
situation.
You're welcome to if you want to, but
No,
man,
I'm getting flashbacks of a similar situation that happened with my baseball team a few years ago. Ronald Acuna stealing that base. I don't remember if you remember that snafu. So I don't want to get into it either. But yeah, I don't care. Listen, you know what? I'll do it. If someone gets to do something historic, you let them celebrate. If you don't want it to,
if you don't want him to celebrate, don't let him get the sack.
Don't let him sack. Correct. Like when if you get the sack wherever you
By
get
the way,
it,
Myles Garrett had 3 of his 22 against you.
Right. Like if
you
don't want that to happen, you don't let it happen. If you don't want that to happen, you don't let it happen. It's really sour grapes if you talk about it afterwards. And also, just a rule of thumb, anytime something historic gets to happen in the most popular sport in the country, they get to celebrate. You get to do that. We're not talking about having some stupid like some dumb offhand record, like the first time that someone scored so many points. I don't care. It's one of the 5 most important statistics in the sport, and in the most important statistic on the defensive side. So yeah, he gets to celebrate. He gets to celebrate right after the play. He gets to. If you don't want to, it's sour grapes from Zach. Point end of discussion.
Yeah, said there's under 5 minutes left to go. I was never told we're going to stop the game. I wasn't told we were going to do that. I'm yelling at Joe to get under center and get going. Meanwhile, the umpire is holding the ball and not letting us go. Never said one word about it, and trying to get an answer was difficult. So, sorry, Zach. Sorry about you. Yeah, very dumb. And Joe Burrow with another vote of confidence for Zac Taylor in his post-game press conference as well. We've talked enough about it at this point, I feel like. Any final thoughts on today's game or anything you're seeing coming out post-game?
No, I'm excited to get to the postseason, and the farther we are away from the loss, like I think the only reason I wanted to win that game was because it was the Browns, and I wanted to go 4-2. But now that I see that we are cemented into a top 10 or 9 pick, and it really doesn't change a whole lot in the grand scheme of things, I'm cool with it. And as I mentioned earlier, and I think we might be looking at the draft a completely different light if it's the 12th pick as opposed to the 9th pick. We could end up with the 9th pick if the Chiefs win today. And if that's the case, like, I don't know, just go look at every draft over the past 50 years and look at the difference. There's always going to be someone that was 3 spots back that wishes they could have drafted separately or wishes that they could sneak up 3 spots, So
And there's always guys 1 pick after the Bengals pick that everybody says, oh, why didn't you pick him? Right. Bengals, look how good he is now versus whoever you drafted in that position. So it doesn't matter if the Bengals draft 9th, 10th, 15th. They're going to blow it anyway.
No, come on. No, they're not.
I said it.
No.
I said it, Reed.
The last 5 top 10 picks the Bengals have, they're 4 for 5. They're 4 for 5. Do you know who they are? It's
Burrow,
Jamar,
John Ross.
That's the miss.
Mm-hmm.
AJ Green, and Andre Smith. So it's not just and it's not just about the first pick.
I don't remember, Reed. Were any of those people defensive players?
It's not about the first round, Craig. It's not just about that. If my math serves,
you're right. It's about
I know there's
all 7 rounds, and they're going to blow all 7. So
I don't know how many compensatory picks there are between like the 3rd and 4th, but you're potentially looking at 4 picks in the top 110. Like that's monumental. And it doesn't take too long to look at just the Bengals draft history to where like those 2nd round picks that the Bengals had a lot of success with, guys like Tee Higgins. Well, Tee Higgins was the 33rd pick. What about Jesse Bates? He was earlier. He was a 54th pick. Joe Mixon was the 48th pick. We're going to have 2 picks in the top 41 at this very moment. Like, that is substantial. That is very substantial. So I guess what I'm saying
I hear
is
you
it's a
spouting
big
out
thing.
the names of a lot of draft picks from the pre-Zac Taylor era. And I've talked about this a lot, Reed. I know
I said
that
Tee Higgins.
Duke Tobin is your de facto your surefire wide receiver at the first pick in the second round. Thanks. Look, we've talked about this a lot. Duke Tobin's your de facto GM. Katie Blackburn handles the contracts. You've got like 4 scouts in the entire department. Like Zac Taylor has way too much influence on the draft. I firmly believe that. I firmly believe the Bengals head coaches have had influence on the draft for a long time. I think Marvin Lewis was very good at drafting. I think Zac Taylor is very bad at drafting. And I think that's one of the reasons the Bengals are in the position they're in today and will continue to be in the position they are in until Zac Taylor is no longer the head coach.
Fair.
Speaking of the draft, Reed.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the offseason real quick. Zac Taylor in his postgame press conference kind of laid out the next 24 hours, which of course will be he'll meet with the front office tomorrow morning, as he does every Monday. He'll go through kind of some of the offseason planning, and then he'll have exit interviews and meet with a lot of the players throughout the day on Monday before they head off for the offseason. But there are other important dates, of course, to keep in mind. And Chatterbox Bengals will have you covered for as much of this as humanly possible. The NFL Scouting Combine takes place February 23rd through March 2nd. The deadline to tag a franchise player, we'll be keeping an eye on that, is March 3rd. Obviously, there was a lot of speculation after Trey Hendrickson signed a 1-year deal that maybe the expectation would be that you would franchise tag him going into 2026. Whether or not the Bengals do that now after the injury will have to be discussed. Free agency will begin on March 11th. The NFL Draft, April 23rd to the 25th in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And then May 1st, one that we'll have to keep an eye on as well. That's the deadline to accept the 5th-year option for your first-round draft pick from 2023 in order to pick up their 5th-year option for the 2027 season. Reed, that is Myles Murphy. So the question will be whether or not the Bengals decide to pick up Myles Murphy's 5th-round option. That deadline May 1st. So a lot of dates to keep our eyes on, and as I mentioned, Reed, myself, Stone, Casey, Mike, Andrew will all have you covered as much as we can for any rumors, breaking news, reports from the combine, and everything else, and certainly have draft coverage for you as well once we get there. Would expect that Chatterbox Bengals as a standalone show will probably take a little bit of a break here over the next couple weeks, and then but make sure you tune in Monday through Friday, 10 to 12 p. You've got Off the Bench with Reed Mouse at 10 o'clock, the Stone Shield Show at 11 o'clock Eastern every morning, Monday through Friday. That'll certainly give you plenty of opportunity to get your Bengals and Cincinnati sports rundown every single day.
I do want to say this as we're winding down this show. Helped take over the show. The group that had everyone here that made this all possible. This was I felt like we grew a lot this year, even in a bad year, as a program, and I wanted to appreciate just say thank you to everyone that tuned into all one of these live watch-alongs, between Craig doing this for the 4 weeks that I was either on vacation or doing something because I got a baby on the way. I appreciate you, Craig, and especially all the stuff that you do for us. So thank you so much to you. Thank you to Andrew and Mike and Casey and anyone, Stone, that has been on one of these live watch-alongs. They're not the most fun way to spend a Sunday if you're a Bengals fan, but they are a lot of fun to hang out with you guys, to all the viewers that watch this. So thank you guys so much for being here all year long. We hope that next year is a much better year. And a special thanks once again to everyone that made this possible, and especially you, Craig, who did a great majority of the heavy lifting this year. So I really appreciate you. I really appreciate everyone.
Yeah, shout out to the viewers and the listeners. Obviously wouldn't do what we do if it wasn't for you all, and certainly appreciate you tuning in. And shout out to Reed for handling 13 of these stupid watch-alongs and having to deal with a 6-11 season, and yet another season that ends in disappointment, back-to-back seasons. And back-to-back-to-back seasons now of the Cincinnati Bengals seasons ending in disappointment, and hopefully 2026 is different. I mean, it would certainly be nice to get back to the playoffs, certainly get back to being the team that I think we all think that Cincinnati can be, especially with the offensive weapons that they have. First priority this offseason for you, Reed, is it DJ Turner? Is it Dalton Risner? Is it something else? What's your first priority?
Yeah, you've got to extend DJ Turner at this point, because if we're not extending DJ Turner, then who do we have confidence in on this defense? I mean, yeah, both those names that you mentioned. I mean, you mentioned the pick up the 5th-year option for Myles Murphy. That's a no-brainer. I know that's later on in the offseason, but the first things first, you get Dalton Risner back. This offense is pretty much shored up. We mentioned that a few times, and then you've got to lock up DJ Turner and extend that. And yep, those are my first few things. What about
projections for Myles Murphy? Projections for Myles Murphy have him making $13.5 million on his 5th-year option in 2027. So certainly seems like they would pick that up, but the time will tell. I think Risner is my first one, because if you can lock up Risner for a reasonable contract, it gives you so much freedom to attack the offseason the way that I think a lot of us Bengals fans would like them to do it. It's really the only major piece on the offensive side of the ball that you really need to worry about. Jalen Rivers was okay at times, but certainly didn't look like he's ready to be your starting guard day to day. Lucas Patrick, early on, there were a lot of people that didn't even want him to start to begin with. And yet he got that opportunity, so don't expect him back. So, yeah, I think it really starts with Dalton Risner, and then certainly would love to lock up DJ Turner as well, amongst a couple other people before we get to free agency. And hopefully once free agency officially rolls around in March, we'll be able to have some shows talking about some exciting signings on the defensive side of the ball. Maybe a linebacker, maybe a safety.
Ooh, golly. Can we replace the entire defense sans like 4 positions? That'd be great. You said something there when we were talking about these shows. You're like, this stupid little show that we do here, these stupid little watch-alongs. And it is funny. Every time I talk about these, I like refer, I was like, this. But it's a testament to fans. Like, it's not stupid. It's silly. These things are silly. I'm standing in front of you and I both stand in front of a camera and explain what's going on as we're watching a TV to either people that can't watch, or for most of the people, they just want to fan with somebody, right? And that shows how awesome being a fan is that you can create a little community, and we're glad to bring that to everyone that watches us. And I'm glad to be here just to have someone to chat with, just to have someone that's watching the same game as you are, giving you his live. It's a silly thing that we do here at Chatterbox, these watch-alongs, but they are a lot of fun, and it's cool that so many people come together and just talk about the Bengals, complain about the Bengals more often than not, or cheer for the Bengals like we did in that Ravens game or like we did in that Steelers game. So it's a silly thing, but it's one that makes fandom worth it in the long run. And all of this will be worth it someday when we hoist up that Lombardi trophy. Maybe next year. Maybe next year. All right, wrap up the show, Craig.
All right, everybody, we love you. We appreciate you tuning in. As always, follow us on social media at CBox Sports on X, on Instagram, on TikTok. Make sure you follow us anywhere you get your podcast. Leave us a 5-star review if you're listening to this on podcast. Make sure you like the stream if you haven't already. Certainly appreciate that. Helps us reach more people. Until tomorrow morning, when Reed will be back at 10 a.m. with Off the Bench in the Stone Shield Show at 11. I'm Craig Sandlin. For Reed Mouse, this has been Chatterbox Bengals. Bengals finished the season 6-11. We're on to 2026.